and I want to say how much we appreciate doing this work. Requires a great deal of time so that we can talk through everything. So I want to welcome you and call to order the November 21st zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council. And I'd like to begin with introductions by our Deputy Clerk.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Marjorie Molina, City Council, District 5.
Good evening, James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, City Council at Large.
Good evening, I'm Vi Lau, serving as mayor.
Braxton Winston at large and serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7. Tarek Bakari, District 6. Okay.
Dante Anderson, District 1.
The council begins meetings with an invocation, an expression that we use to solemnize our own proceedings, understanding that while we celebrate that opportunity for us, that we recognize that there are people in our community with a diverse religious choices, and including those without a religious faith at all. Tonight, we're asking Council Member Anderson to address us as we begin this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to read a passage out of Reich's Book of Hours, which is a book composed of love poems to God. If I had grown in some generous way, if my hours had opened in ease, I would make you a lavish banquet. My hands wouldn't clutch at all like this, so needy and tight. Then I'd have dared to squander you, limitless now. I'd toss you in the ringing air like a ball that someone leaps for and catches with hands outstretched. I would have painted you not on a wall, but in one broad sweep across heaven. I'd had portrayed you brashly as mountain, as fire, as wind, howling from the desert's vastness.
Thank you very much. Now, if you would care to join us in our Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. This is our zoning meeting, and there is a process that we are required to follow, and I want to summarize that process for members in the audience and those that are watching virtually. The process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff. There are two types of cases that we have on our agenda, hearings and decisions. We are going to begin with our hearings, and then at the end of the meeting address the decisions that we have. Decisions are for cases that have already had a public hearing, and there's no further public comment. I'm not sure who will be here at 10 o'clock to make them anyway. And the hearings are those, the second type of items that we have. In a hearing, if you haven't signed up with the clerk, please do so if you wish to speak. We will have a staff presentation. The petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes combined to present their case, unless there are opponents that are signed up to speak, or if the staff is in opposition. And if that is the case, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponents get 10 minutes combined. And I say this, if you look at the clerk's speakers list, you can see, and if you're in opposition and haven't coordinated, please find that person in the room and make that coordination happen for the 10 minutes. And then the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff will give a short presentation. We close our public hearings and we go to the next one. The petition then goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review, and now I'd like to have the chair introduce the members of the Zoning Committee and provide additional information. And Mr. Gussman, would you please take the mic for us?
Ready to go. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I am Philip Gussman, Chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce my fellow committee members, Douglas Welton, Melissa Gaston, and sitting here with us today will also be Kiba Samuel, our chairwoman of our commission, as well as Ronnie Harvey, Courtney Rhodes, and Will Russell. The Zoning Committee will meet Tuesday, December 6th at 5:30 p.m. here in the Government Center. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet to discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have public hearings tonight. The public is welcome at that meeting, but please note it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us to provide input. You can find contact information and information on each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, so I do want to say that we have a 10 p.m. recess that we may take if the meeting lasts much longer than that, and we can add those items to the next business meeting of the City Council. It's like my mom used to say, nothing good happens after midnight, nothing good happens on petitions after 10 o'clock. All right, we have a motion. I'm going to ask Mr. Pettin if he would give us the deferrals and the withdrawals, and that those can be submitted in terms of a motion. So following his presentation, we'll move to accept these deferrals and withdrawals.
Okay, thank you. Deferrals we have from decisions are items number 20, which is petition 2022-050 by Ascent Real Estate Capital, LLC. Item number 21, petition 2021-238 by Lennar Carolinas, LLC. And then item number 24 is 2021-284 by Beacon Acquisitions and Crescent Communities. All of those are decisions requesting a deferral to December 19th. We have also 5 hearings that are considered for deferral. Item number 28, petition 2021-285 by Clearwater Development Partners, Inc. That petition is requesting a deferral till February 20th of 2023. Item number 29, 2022-027 by Childress Klein, requesting a deferral till December 19th. Item 30, 2022-066 by Wood Partners. That is also requesting deferral to December 19th. Item 33, 2022-037 by Suncap Property Group, also requesting deferral till December 19th. And then item number 50, 2015-027 by the Charlotte Housing Authority. That's a hearing, also requesting deferral. That one is requesting until June 20th of 2023, and those are all of our deferrals we have this evening.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the deferrals and withdrawals as stated by the staff?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. All right, anyone opposed? The motion passes unanimously. All right, so the next item that we will begin with our public hearings, and I believe my first one is item 31. Is that correct, Mr. Pettin? 31 is our first up?
Yes.
All right. This is petition 2021-083 by MQC1 LLC for approximately 5 acres located at the intersection of Arden and Kohler and Statesville. It's in District 1. The current zoning is general business, light industrial, single family, and multifamily. I think it's got the whole kaboom. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of other issues that are included. In this case, on item number 31, we have 4 people speaking in support of this petition. Mr. Brown, will you organize that effort for us? And now we'll have the staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-083, it's about 5.3 acres, located at Arden Street and Kohler Avenue, just east of Statesville Ave, west of North Graham Street. It's got a variety of zoning districts currently on the property: B2, I1 conditional, R5, and R22 MF. They are proposing to rezone all those districts into one MUD conditional district. And the adopted place type for that project, takes from the 2040 policy map, has some neighborhood center along Statesville Avenue, and then you've transitioned into neighborhood 1 with some neighborhood 2 to the south and across Statesville Avenue as well. The petition itself is for up to 375 multifamily and 50 single-family attached townhome units. does limit building height for the multifamily to 75 feet, and 48 feet would be the building height cap for the townhomes. Does provide an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Statesville Ave, Kohler Ave, and Arden Street, and then an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Lamond Avenue. Does commit to realign Arden Street where it intersects with Kohler Avenue, and also commits to dedicate and convey all rights way to the city, provide a structured parking deck with facade screening for the multifamily component off Statesville Avenue, and then also multifamily and townhome architectural standards are included to include things like building materials and facade variations. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation. It is consistent with the recommendation for neighborhood center. Does have some inconsistencies with that neighborhood one place type, but staff does feel it's still a continual good transition from that neighborhood center. The townhomes provide a good transition back to that single family on Lamond and Arden. And again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll take any questions following petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Brown, and Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes now and 3 people.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Joining me tonight, Rodney with Boundary Street Partners. Here if you have questions. Good overview by Dave with just 3 minutes. I'll move very quickly, not repeat the things that he said, but this is a colorized conceptual, so you can see a multifamily building as we transition to the neighborhood and the adjacencies here, looking at townhome style units. Not included in this rezoning, but very important to what's going on in the area is this corner parcel that Boundary is working on, which will include a market with some grocery type elements that is really sought after by the neighborhood, and they're very excited about it. We think adding these rooftops to the area, providing some walkable uses is very positive. Here's an aerial so you can see a lot of things going on in the area just north of Camp North Inn. We've got some retail coming in. There are a lot of residential and affordable products here in the market. So I'll just we're happy. I know we've got a long agenda tonight. This is not part of the rezoning, the market on the corner, but that is part of the discussion. It just happens to already have existing zoning, so that can be developed by right. Then it'll be wrapped by the multifamily project that we're talking about tonight, and then the nice transitions to the neighborhood there with the townhome units. Our timer's not working, but I'll stop. Anything you'd like to add? If not, we'll take questions.
Take questions.
All right, excuse me. Are there any questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing no questions, do I have a motion to close?
So move.
Motion and a second. Is any discussion? Hearing no discussion, please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Our next petition is item number 32. It is petition 2021-232 by Chick-fil-A. It's for approximately 0.8 of an acre on the east side of Randolph and on the west side of Colwick on Sharon Avenue. It's in District 6. The current zoning is neighborhood businesses, and the proposed is general business conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We have Mr. Carmichael, who will coordinate the efforts, and then Mr. Caleb White, Garth Dunklin, and Rye Elkins, who are in opposition, if you will coordinate your 10 minutes. So with that, we will start with Mr. Pettin, followed by Mr. Carmichael.
All right, thank you. 2021-232, it's 0.88 acres on Randolph Road, west side of Colwick, north of Sharon Amity. The current zoning is B1, and the proposed zoning is for B2 conditional. Adopted future land use from the policy map does recommend neighborhood center for the general area around the Cotswold Shopping Center. This proposal is to demolish the existing EDEE with accessory drive-through and then allow for an EDEE drive-through only service that would have no indoor seating. Could also allow things like a financial institution or other uses permitted in the B1 district that, in the B2 district that are also allowed in the B1 district. Does also indicate the proposed building 2 drive-through service lanes and a bypass lane on the site plan. Access would be through a right-in, right-out only at the southern end of the site, at the intersection the entrance closer to the intersection of Sharon Amity, and then a full movement access is currently proposed at the rear of the site onto Colwick, although I believe there's been some changes that you may hear from the petitioner on regarding that access point. also proposes to construct an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along Randolph Road, and does provide enough of an easement to construct a future 12-foot multi-use path along that frontage in the future. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. There are no outstanding issues. It is inconsistent with the policy map recommendation for the neighborhood center, and although the petition is inconsistent, staff does feel it is a reasonable request based on the existing use that's currently there. The site design is intended to improve functionality of the both the access improvements and the pedestrian realm, and that could help to provide some benefits to the overall transportation infrastructure in the immediate area. So again, we do recommend approval at this time, and we'll be happy to take questions following petitioner's presentation and presentation by members of the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you and the other remaining pro-petitioners will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael. I'm here on behalf of Chick-fil-A, the petitioner. With me tonight are Chad Ross of Chick-fil-A and Andre Harakis and Tammy Porter, both of whom are local Chick-fil-A operators. Andre is the operator of the existing Chick-fil-A restaurant located on Randolph Road, and that is the site that's the subject of this rezoning petition. As Mr. Pettin said, the site contains about 9/10 of an acre located on the east side of Randolph Road between Greenwich Road and North Sharon Amity Road. This is an aerial of the site. This is a zoomed-in aerial. You've got Cotswold Shopping Center, Cotswold Shopping Center is located to the west of the site across Randolph Road. Publix is located to the north of the site. You've got other commercial uses to the south of the site. And this is a closer view of the Chick-fil-A restaurant from Randolph Road. Andre has operated this restaurant for over 21 years. He currently has 140 employees. He served this community, as I said, for over 21 years, and I feel he's been an asset to the community. I'm a nearby resident, and they've always assisted on some of our charitable endeavors that our neighborhood has undertaken over the years, including several 5K races to help the Kids for Cancer charitable foundation, and Andre has relationships with many schools in the area and has assisted other neighborhoods as well. The site's currently zoned B1. The request is to rezone the site to B2CD to accommodate the demolition of the existing restaurant building that currently has an accessory drive-through window, replace it with a new restaurant building that would be a drive-through only restaurant, so no indoor seating. However, there would be a walk-up window for carry-out orders. This is the rezoning plan that's been submitted to the city. There'd be a right-in, right-out access point on Randolph Road here. This is the southernmost access point. The northernmost access point on Randolph Road would be a right-out only, and then there'd be an access point on Colwick Road. After a recent meeting with area residents, petitioner, with the blessing of CDOT, agreed to restrict the Colwick Road access point to an inner-only access point. The petitioner also agreed to contribute funds to the city of Charlotte to help pay for a future traffic light to be installed on Randolph Road by CDOT. But back to the plan, there would be two drive-through lanes, and rather than merging into one lane at the pickup window, it would stay 2 lanes. This would, we think, it would increase the queuing capacity on the site. The new building would have a larger, modern, and more efficient kitchen, which would allow orders to be filled more quickly, which would also reduce the amount of cars that queue on the site. And in reality, the new kitchen is almost as important as the increased queuing capacity. So once again, got dual drive-through lanes that do not merge into a single lane, and 2 dedicated lanes for the pickup, which would increase the queuing capacity on the site. This type of facility really reflects the nature of its business over the last several years, even pre-COVID. The majority of its customers for several years have been getting their food from the site through the drive-through pickup window rather than going into the restaurant. This is also an effort to help mitigate the number of cars that queue onto Randolph Road. I can't look you in the eye and guarantee you that there won't be any queuing of cars on Randolph Road, because there likely will be. But we do sincerely believe that this will help that situation, and we feel like it's a practical solution. I'm going to ask Tammy Porter to briefly tell you about her experience on Woodlawn Road And then I'm going to turn it over to the neighbors.
All
Okay,
right,
thank you very
Ms.
much.
Porter.
My restaurant was built about a year ago. It was a freestanding unit. Now it is a drive-through only. It has tremendously helped with the traffic on Woodlawn Road. Now, we seldom have traffic there. If we do, it's 2 or 3 cars, and we can send more team members out to do some more order taking to alleviate that. And it's just been, it's been amazing, and we're getting really positive feedback from our community and from our guests. And our kitchen is probably 80–85% of the building now. And like he said, it's helped tremendously for getting the food out quicker and faster.
Thank you.
Tammy will be available to answer any questions.
Good evening. My name's Liana Humphrey, and I'm here representing an organized group of Cotswold neighbors as City Council considers another rezoning petition for the already congested corridor around Randolph, Sharon, Amity, and Colwick Roads. Unlike the last time that I was speaking to you, I am now in favor of the Chick-fil-A proposal, and I want to commend John Carmichael and the Chick-fil-A team for their willingness to engage directly with us and listen to our concerns. And I also want to thank the CDOT team for meeting with a group of neighbors to discuss this rezoning and ways to address the traffic flow in our neighborhood. As John mentioned, as a result of these meetings, they have agreed to contribute $70,000 towards future traffic enhancements, and they also made the change at Colwick Road to improve traffic concerns there. But my primary reason for speaking tonight is to remind all of you of the cumulative impact of rezonings, particularly within such a small geography. Back in 2015, City Council approved the construction of Publix on Randolph Road, including the use of Greenwich and Colwick as access roads for Publix delivery trucks and shoppers entering the parking deck. Then, just a couple of months ago, City Council approved the construction of 260 apartments on Colwick Road, despite concerns from us residents about the density of development and ensuing traffic congestion. While remodeling the Chick-fil-A drive-thru should improve efficiency and reduce the number of cars lining up on Randolph, it will also divert more traffic to Greenwich Road and Colwick Road by restricting left turns on Randolph. It's the right thing to do for traffic safety, but it will have an impact on those of us who live adjacent to Colwick Road. Based on CDOT's assessment, the best solution to traffic congestion and safety issues in the area is to install a new light at Randolph and the Publix access road, providing an additional entry and exit point for the apartments, Publix shoppers, and Chick-fil-A customers. This was first proposed during the Colwick rezoning, and we now have a total of $170,000 earmarked towards this project. According to CDOT, installing the traffic light at that intersection will cost $400,000 to $500,000, so additional monies will need to be allocated by the city to fully fund the project. And as someone who just voted to approve the $146 million transportation bond, I urge you to prioritize and fully fund this street improvement project in Cotswold. The need for infrastructure enhancements is often mentioned at these rezoning hearings, and now would be a great time for City Council to be proactive and get ahead of the traffic issues that will arise from these recent decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Tammy once again is available to answer questions. Andre, the operator of the Chick-fil-A restaurant on Randolph Road, is available to answer questions. Mr. Chad Ross with Chick-fil-A is here as well. He's with Chick-fil-A Corporate. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to hear from Mr. White, Mr. Dunklin, and Elkins in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Rye Elkins, and I'm a teacher here at Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, and I love living right here in Uptown Charlotte. I commute daily either by car or by my preferred method of biking to the Charlotte suburb of Myers Park for work. I'm incredibly lucky that the city worked so hard to give me a safe cycling path via the Cycle Link and Little Sugar Creek Greenways, where I don't have to interact with inattentive, unsafe drivers very much at all. Being able to commute by bike has opened the door to a much more pleasurable and sustainable lifestyle, and without this infrastructure, I would have never known that, so thank you. Tonight, the council will vote on a rezoning measure which will allow yet another drive-through only establishment in the core of our city. These drive-through only establishments have refused to serve me quite a few times because I was on my bike rather than in a car, be it a restaurant, a bank, or something else. Charlotte markets itself as a connected city with world-class transit. As of right now, I strongly disagree with this claim. Charlotte is a city which since the mid-20th century has been built for and only for people in cars. In the last decade or so, we've made great strides to change that, with slightly increasing our core density and with the construction of the Blue Line, the Greenway system, and the Cycle Link. We have stepped towards being an equitable city which does not require car ownership to get around. If the council approves this zoning request by the Chick-fil-A off Randolph Road, they will be admitting that they are completely turning their back on those strides, as well as on the people who either choose not to or cannot make a car their main mode of transportation. Given Charlotte's current level of density and location in the southeast, an area that will be considerably affected by climate change, we desperately need to begin densifying greatly within our city's core. With the Silver Line coming in the future, and hopefully the Red Line and maybe others, we have the ability to become that dense, walkable, bikeable, world-class city that we currently boast. Millennials and Gen Z overwhelmingly do not want to live in car-dependent cities. That's clear. The approval of another cars-only establishment will plunge us deeper into car dependency and deter more young people from choosing to call our city home. I, as well as countless others, will remember this come the next city council election. Being a regular pedestrian or cyclist in this city are both incredibly dangerous. We've all been cut off by cars in crosswalks or in bike lanes, and many of us genuinely fear for our lives when we decide to move about the city not in a car. I regularly go live on TikTok when I ride my bike, and in the past few weeks, I've had many of my followers comment or message me asking me to stop riding around the city because they're firsthand witnesses to all the near misses that I encounter on a regular basis. I've even been hit by a car in a flex post protected bike lane right outside of Uptown. We are not safe here, and this is due to the city's decision to prioritize drivers and not any other modes of transit. I am asking you genuinely to vote no on this rezoning request. Our city does not need more car centricity and car dependency. Our city needs to look at some of the strongest urban cities in the world, like New York or Amsterdam, Paris or Copenhagen, Tokyo or Berlin, and decide if these strong cities would allow a suburban development like this in their urban cores. It's my deeply held belief that Charlotte should be a cars allowed but not cars encouraged city. However, the direction the council will be taking us by voting yes again is that of not only a cars allowed, not only a cars encouraged, but that of a deeply cars required city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caleb White from District 6. I'm here to deliver a written message from John Holmes III of District 5, who's regrettably not able to be with us tonight. Madam Mayor and City Council members of Charlotte, I stand before you today to speak on Agenda Item 32. It is imperative to the city's financial health, our stated value of equity, our fight against climate change, and our desire to successfully implement the 2040 plan that the City Council vote no on this agenda item. In 2020, I was a fresh graduate from UNC Charlotte and struggling to find work. After 200 job applications in a market that was not hiring, I found employment as a worker for Chick-fil-A. It wasn't what I wanted, and the pay was a meager $10.75 an hour, but it was enough to keep the lights on, and when my financial situation deteriorated due to rent increases, I took small comfort in being able to eat on the days that I worked. Gradually, I fell in love with the job. I climbed the ranks fairly quickly. In less than 6 months, I was promoted to a junior management position, and then after 6 more months of constant work, coaching, and leadership development, I earned the position of the store's senior operations director, which gave me a huge swath of responsibility over the entire store, its guests, and its employees. I was able to help steward a multi-million-dollar business. I was the model employee. I still say my pleasure to this day. I felt that the brand's core values were critical to one's personal and financial success, and I routinely went out of my way to represent the brand in the best possible light. I was the gentleman that would change your flat tire in the pouring rain and refuse to take payment, the individual that would run over and check on you if you got in a car crash near our store, the kind heart that would clean out your child's vomit from the floorboard of your car with a smile and a free meal in hand. This same love and attention that I had for our guests was amplified for our employees. I prided myself on working with my employees and strived to treat them with honor, dignity, and respect. I have helped my wonderful coworkers find housing, seek counseling, grow through loss, and find their footing in a difficult and oftentimes confusing world. I still talk to my former peers, quick to remind them of my old offer. If you need anything, give me a call. Then I started to read about the impact that drive-through businesses have on cities. While I loved working at Chick-fil-A, I loved our city more. And I quickly became alarmed at the negative impact that our business model was imposing on Charlotte. I soon found out that when a city continues to allow for car-only businesses to be the norm, they often find themselves hurting financially due to lesser property taxes. I read study after study that highlighted how the emissions from idling cars contributed significantly not just to global warming, but they also expose employees to hazardous levels of toxic fumes. I stared blankly at walls of data that demonstrated how dangerous these businesses are for nearby pedestrians, reflecting solemnly on my own personal experiences, where I'd been almost run over and killed at my own store location, twice. I spoke to our store's operator and tried to push for better change, but little change took hold. We bought a bike rack to install later, but that ultimately did nothing to rectify the lesser tax return for the city, the emissions, or the hazardous conditions. In the end, when I saw that Chick-fil-A had been approved to rezone as a drive-through only location in a TOD by the City Council, I spoke up against this issue publicly and was subsequently fired the next day, coming home early to tell my pregnant partner that I was out of work and would be looking for a job the next day. I don't regret what I did, but I use this moment of my past despair to highlight the gravity of this item before I continue. While Chick-fil-A will stress that this rezoning to drive-through only is going to alleviate traffic, this is a false notion, and I'd like to note they acknowledged that. The business model inherently strives to gather more and more customers, and subsequently suffers from the urban planning phenomenon known as induced demand. The more lanes that a Chick-fil-A builds to take on traffic, the more traffic is subsequently experienced. Normally, I'm indifferent to traffic as it only affects me when I take the bus, and I frequently ride my bicycle instead. But in this case, the City Council has received a number of complaints from residents opposing affordable housing items on the grounds that traffic is already horrible in this area due to the restaurant. If faced between providing housing for residents already being left behind or allowing a business to push negative externalities on Charlotteans, which would you prefer? In addition, many members of the City Council have placed a premium on safety of its citizens, citing concerns of preventing a rising crime rate that we feel is inevitable with the rapid growth we've experienced as a city. Yet one metric that routinely gets lost in our discussion of public safety is the rising rate of pedestrian fatalities that Charlotte experiences. While Charlotte DOT is working tirelessly with its Vision Zero initiative, we need to recognize that City Council has the potential to make their already monumental task at times insurmountable when we opt for land usage that is incompatible with our desire for safety. Using NCDOT's crash and collision database and examining crashes in quarter-mile radius within each store location, I discovered that from 2012 to 2018, over all 16 Chick-fil-A stores in Charlotte, the ones that were designated as drive-through only experienced 3.45 collisions on average each year, despite being in lesser numbers, while the mixed-use stores averaged 2.5 average collisions a year. We can quantify that we are making our streets physically unsafe with this simple decision to allow a store to only serve motorists. And when faced with that reality, I ask, are we holding true to our promise to make Charlotte a safer city if we only focus on the aspect of crime? Lastly, this item touches on the issue of fiscal conservatism. Many council members have beamed with pride at the news during last year's budget proposal that the lauded budgeting team was able to deliver more programs with no rise in taxes. This was an awesome civic accomplishment that should be praised. But the reality is that this feat will soon dissipate if we continue to focus on these auto-centric businesses. For each Chick-fil-A that has been labeled as drive-through only, the property values have slowly declined over years, whereas the mixed-use restaurants either stayed relatively steady or increased. While some might be quick to tout the high volume of sales these stores make.
Your time is that right?
Yeah.
From the clerk? Your time is up. If you have this in writing and you would like for us to have it in the record, please give it to the city clerk. I'm sorry, something happened with the bell, but Your time is up. So now we go back to the petitioner, and you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. 2 minutes for a rebuttal, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I won't take that, the full 2 minutes. I'm advised that there's one drive-through only Chick-fil-A restaurant in Charlotte at this time. If this were to be approved, it would be the second. This is an existing use. We're not coming here tonight with a site that's not developed or to redevelop a site where this restaurant doesn't exist. It's an existing use. It already has a drive-through window, and the majority of its business is generated through the drive-through window. With this plan, the hope is that, and the expectation is that, as Ms. Porter stated, that the queuing issue on Randolph Road would be improved. And in all candor, the number of cars that come there a day or the business would likely increase. But the more efficient kitchen, the increased queuing capacity, nevertheless, should help. That's been the experience on Woodlawn Road. And finally, in terms of policy, the new UDO reflects the policy of the council. The UDO allows drive-through only establishments in certain zoning districts. The new UDO allows restaurants with accessory drive-through windows as well. The new UDO would allow, come June 1, a restaurant with an accessory drive-through window here, and it would allow, come June 1, a drive-through only establishment under the current UDO. And you may say, well, wait till it's by right. Well, there's two reasons for one reason for that. We're not sure that we can meet one of the prescribed conditions in terms of the circulation, okay? So I'll concede that to you. But the use will be allowed come June 1. And that, and then Mr. Pettin can confirm that, but that's just as true. And from a policy standpoint, this is not anything that's really that contrary to your policy. Now, we'll tell you in a neighborhood center, a drive-through only would not be allowed, but a restaurant with accessory drive-through would be.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, I have Ms. Ajmira.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. So, Mr. Patton, can you confirm what Mr. Michael said, that UDO would allow the same use that they are proposing through this rezoning?
So currently, the zoning district would be translate potentially to, or translate to CG, because it's zone B1 currently. So use in that district would include a drive-through facility, neighborhood center, which is the long-term place type that we'd like to see in that area, would allow a facility with a drive-through, but not a drive-through only. So it would have to have either a sit-down component or in-service, within the building component to it. But on the initial translation, right now, they would be able to do a drive-through without any seating. But again, neighborhood center, long-term, that would not be something that we'd want to see. The neighborhood center would only allow that with indoor seating.
Okay, so what I hear you say is that drive-through will be allowed, but there will still be a requirement for a sit-down restaurant.
Yeah, the big difference is between the indoor seating and versus not. So just the general commercial district in the UDO would allow it without any seating, but the neighborhood center would require that to have some indoor seating and not just allow drive-through only.
So, okay, Mr. Carmichael, so I guess the comparison, it's not really apple to apple here. Do you?
No, but
Okay.
what I said is I want to be clear about this. When the translation happens on June 1, you can do, if you meet the prescribed conditions, a drive-through only establishment on June 1, unless you change the UDO or you rezone that site. And what I said was the neighborhood center, right? If it's rezoned to a neighborhood center down the road, then you could only do a restaurant with accessory drive-through windows. But come June 1, you could do a drive-through only establishment. At some point down the road, when you do corrective rezonings, it would only be a restaurant with accessory drive-through windows. That's the difference. Do you understand? Am I making myself?
I'm sorry.
So June 1, when you do when the UDO translates the new districts, this will be zone CG, so you could do a drive-through only establishment. What happens when y'all do corrective rezonings sometime in the future, it would be rezoned to neighborhood center, and you could not do drive-through only, but you could do a restaurant with accessory drive-through.
So you'll still have to go through rezoning process?
No, ma'am.
It would be by right?
Until such time when you do a corrective rezoning, when I don't know when that would be. But on June 1, but here again, I want to be clear too. I did say that there are 5 prescribed conditions. I'm not sure we can meet one. My point is that from a policy standpoint, this is not that inconsistent with where we are on June 1. And you didn't exclude drive-through only establishments from the UDO, and you didn't exclude restaurants with accessory drive-through windows. But I also want to say this, that I feel like this is getting blown up into a big policy discussion. We're trying to find a practical solution to an existing queuing problem for a use that's been there 21 years, has 140 employees, and has been a benefit to the community in which I live.
Okay, I guess, Mr. Carmichael, my question has been addressed, and I just want to be fair. If I give you additional time, then I have to give others additional time. But I have a couple of questions here. So let me just pull up a couple of my other questions. So one of the speakers addressed equity concern. Would you please address that?
The equity being that it only serves people in cars?
Right.
Well, this will have a walk-up window, so pedestrians could walk up and order and pick up. I don't know how many people will do that, but it's possible. There's also a bus route there right in front of the store. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that people are going to ride the bus to come to Chick-fil-A. As good as their chicken sandwiches are, I don't know that people will. Maybe they will. But this will have a non-vehicular option, which is for pedestrians.
Got it. Okay, that addresses my question. So I'm trying to figure out how many additional, because of not having the building or sit-down restaurant, how many additional lanes are we adding to the existing flow of traffic?
So I don't know if I can go back to site plan or not. So right now, if you drove by there are 2 drive-through lanes. They're kind of marked with cones. They're not official drive-through lanes really, but they're 2 drive-through lanes from here to here. Councilmember Ajamera, can you see that?
Yeah, so that's
lanes
similar
here,
to what other Chick-fil-A's have currently.
and then you merge into one here, and you pick up your food somewhere here at a window, and then you exit. What this would add the second drive-through lane here that really will help with retrieving the food and getting cars off the site in a more efficient and quicker fashion.
So it's going from 1 lane to 2 lanes, 2
Well,
drive-through?
There are 2 lanes now
Okay.
here, from this point to about here. Okay, and then it merges into 1 lane here. What this would have 2 lanes around the entire building with a new building. So 2 lanes existing here, from about here to here. And what this would extend the 2 lanes to here.
Got it, okay. I'm concerned about the safety, and one of the speakers talked about induced demand. Could you also address the safety concerns specifically for those who may not be driving to that site? They might just be walking.
Well, a couple of things. That's a good question. The sidewalk, there'll be right now, I think there's a curb sidewalk. So what would be constructed here is an 8-foot planting strip and an 8-foot sidewalk. So that's a pedestrian improvement. But the driveway situation now, right now, this is a full movement access here, Councilmember. And then this is, I believe, is this right out only? So one could argue at least that restricting this to right in, right out would actually make this a safer walking environment than it currently is today.
So where
Because
is
you wouldn't
the
have left turns coming to here.
Where is the walk-up window?
Walk-up window is right here. And I did have elevations this will show, that's the walk-up window right there. And that is
I can't.
right here.
I can't see this from.
So you'd walk up this path to get to there.
Okay.
I don't have my.
So this will provide safe pedestrian sidewalk to get to the walk-up window.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's got a walkway here, and then it's striped here. You would have to look where you're going. But I do think, here again, limiting the left turn lane, the left turns, or restricting rather, the left turn ends will make that a safer movement for cars and pedestrians.
Yeah, I see something like this. This is.
Do we know what is the current traffic like at this site? Obviously, we have heard number of complaints about Chick-fil-A contributing to overall traffic in the area. Do we have any study done on what the traffic is like and what it will be like under the proposed structure?
So CDOT didn't require a traffic study. They required a technical memorandum. CDOT has, and I don't want to speak for them, but they've estimated that they say that the current trips are about 1980 and that the trips under this proposal would be 1980 a day. But I don't have anything other than that. We looked at some of the access points at during the peak hours.
Yeah, although it may not be required, I think this would be, at least for me, it would be important to consider that data, especially we are looking at Chick-fil-A and how it contributes to traffic and just the safety concerns that we need to look into, even though that's not a requirement. I would like to see some sort of data as to how this would improve the existing situation. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Woman Vice Mayor, I do want to just clarify one item that we had talked about earlier about the drive-through only facility in the neighborhood center. So they have to have an existing drive-through facility in that location as of June 1st, 2023. Otherwise, it'd be, so no new drive-throughs would be allowed. It would have to be an existing situation like this where they could come in and make some of those changes. So I just wanted to clarify that for us.
Grandfathered in.
Yeah, so it's grandfathered in.
Right.
Okay. But what Mr. Carmichael was alluding to earlier was that you could just have drive-through without having a sit-down component to it. Is that correct?
Under that CG zoning district, that currently is the way it reads, and this would translate on June 1st to CG. It is something that, again, we continually look through the UDO for things that we need to address. And so this item certainly is something that I think we all want to get our arms around. So we'll have some more conversations about that moving forward.
Yeah, I'd like to get some clarification on that, because does that mean all the drive-through that currently exist in our city could only have drive-through moving forward under the UDO without having any sit-down space?
Yep.
Yeah, and then if that's the case, we need to look at the policy.
Yeah, we can follow up with that. I think as we talked through this one earlier this afternoon, there's certainly, I think, some more dialogue that we need to provide to y'all just about what some of those options are and what some of those long-term changes are going to be under the UDO for drive-throughs throughout the city.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. A question for staff, Mr. Pettin. How would you describe this area around Sharon Amity and Randolph Road? Would you, suburban, urban?
I think it's one of those that's going through some transition to get a little bit more densification, and we saw that with the rezoning petition approved just behind this site on Colwick.
So is it transitioning from into?
I think as we continue to see some infill, it is going to provide a little bit more of an urban infill, but I don't know if it'll, we've seen a full transition to get to a full-on urban environment at this point. We still have a very suburban-centric, auto-centric shopping center across the street. Long-term, we'd love to see this be a neighborhood center place type, which does involve some densification, does involve some, internal pedestrian networks that would be improved from what we see today. Whether it would transition into a more full-on urban type area, that's just something that we'll we'll have to see. But I think the neighborhood center place type certainly would get it into, maybe a mid-urban kind of scenario. But right now, we're just starting to see the beginning of that, I think, with that rezoning that just happened behind us. And if that catalyst of the shopping center goes through a significant redevelopment or even just some infill to take some of that surface parking and transition that, then I think we'll really start to see, some of that accelerate. But for now, I think we're on kind of the very early stages of some of that happening.
So how would you describe the intensity of this area?
Right now, it's still a bit of a auto-centric, suburban area that's starting to see some infill desire. But I think long-term, that's the direction it will go in. But right now, I think we still see that as a very auto-centric shopping center.
So what types of priorities do we put on areas like this or that are developing like this?
Yeah, I think it's a balance. We've got to try to balance existing uses and existing standards that we've got with our long-term goals and visions for the area. I think that's part of what we struggled with when we went through this process of looking at this petition. You've got an existing auto-centric use that wants to stay in that location, make some changes to, hopefully make some improvements to it. I think we could stand here and probably debate the outcomes of that probably till the end of the night if we wanted to, but certainly we're not going to go through that. But, I think long-term, we'd like to continue to see this turn into a good activity center with, some better walkability, with some better infill development and losing some of that auto-centric nature of it. But a lot of that's going to depend on, of course, private market and investment and just other factors that, we have some control over, but not fully.
Thank you. So I think I heard some anecdotal testimony that the drive-through on Woodlawn helped relieve traffic queuing. I would give anecdotal testimony because I drive there that it hasn't really helped at all. Do we have any empirical evidence that traffic has actually improved on Woodlawn since those changes have been made?
So I can share with you, not here, I can share it later. Kimberly Horn went out there and monitored both sites for a day. I think it was March 15 or March 20 on an hourly basis. What they did, they had a drone that hovered over the Woodlawn restaurant site, and they put up cameras on the Cotswold site, and they determined the number of the times of the day that the cars actually queued on Woodlawn. And I think it was only 2 15-minute periods on this day. And they said that most of it was generated by people not keeping the cars together. People look at their phone and they look up and there's a big gap.
But you're comparing Woodlawn to Cotswold, but I was asking about empirical evidence to whether the drive-through only has improved, the changes on Woodlawn has actually empirically improved traffic conditions.
That's what I was talking about, Mr. Winston, Woodlawn. They also studied Woodlawn in connection with this petition. They had a drone hover over it, and they looked at all the trips that day. And I can get this to you. If I misquoted, I don't mean to. It was either 2 or 3 15-minute periods during the day when cars backed up on Woodlawn. And the Kimberly Horn engineer said that was significantly attributable to the gaps not being filled. And I can email this to you. But there's a chart that showed the number of cars in the queue. It was I think it was 15-minute periods. And there were a couple that were at 20. And the queuing capacity on Woodlawn is 25. So I can email you. I can email the whole council that study.
But it hasn't eliminated the traffic problem on Woodlawn.
Well, it's other than those 3 periods, it didn't queue on Woodlawn according to the Kimberly Horn study.
So 3 20-minute periods, about an hour a day.
Well, I don't think it was for a whole hour. But I don't want to misspeak. I'll send that to you. I'm happy to share that with everybody who wants to see.
Probably during rush hour or something like that. When
it was lunchtime, and I don't know the other time. But I think it was in 15-minute intervals, I believe.
Does Chick-fil-A have any dine-in only models?
Yeah, dine-in only? I don't know, Mr. Ross.
That's the petition.
Well, I know at the mall they do, for sure. But you mean freestanding?
Yeah.
You have to, I'm sorry, you have to come to the podium and please give your name and the response.
Chad Ross. So we don't have standalone dine-in restaurants. We have them as inlines or malls.
None in New York?
In New York, yeah, but we consider those inlines.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we want to talk a little bit about induced demand. That was mentioned earlier. I think that's a good point. Are people able to utilize the dining room that exists right now if they want to?
Hi, I'm Andre Hericus. Thank you for this evening as well. Currently, no. We actually went, like John described, with a second lane and coned it off to help alleviate the traffic, to bring in the traffic off of Randolph. So the dining room, we have not yet opened up or reopened. We have where you can do a mobile order and walk up into the store, into the foyer area, but the dining room we have closed.
So you actually, you have created a situation where people can't get out of their cars if they want to come and eat inside if they wanted to. They have to take their food to go.
Currently, yes, sir.
And then arguably, there were less cars, less people before, pre-COVID, when people were able to use the dining room. There were less cars coming up, but you still had the traffic problem.
We had the traffic problem because we had a single lane, and if you look at that diagram again, I don't know if they could pull it up or not. It was a single lane, so you had less cars that were able to be in the drive-through lane itself. So the queue-in actually would double the capacity with that drawing there, which would alleviate and bring the traffic in off of Randolph. And that's what we tried to do during COVID. Now, the kitchen design that we spoke of earlier, that Tammy spoke of at the Woodlawn location, consists of about 80 to 85% of the store at this point. So it's a throughput issue that we're having currently. The facility that we're in, we built in '01. I've been there for 21 years. I love being in Cotswold. If anyone knows me, they know that Randolph has been an issue, and I want to bring cars off of Randolph. I want to consistently try to do that, and that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to do a redesign of the actual kitchen, and we're trying to reconfigure the parking lot. So John spoke of the 2 lanes there. There's currently an island up there towards the top area that you can't have cars going around the building currently. This would help with that through, I guess you would call it a bypass lane to go around the actual store.
I'm quite familiar with this place. I drive, my kids go to school there, so I drive past there several times a day for past 6 years, and my kids love to eat there. We've eaten inside and through the drive-through, so I'm very familiar with this place. How many people were able, when you were using the dining room, were able to eat in the dining room?
Sorry to interrupt. We were definitely 65 to 68, maybe even 70% was drive-through. And then the rest of that percentage would be divided up in carry-out.
60 people could eat in the dining room?
We had 65% of our customers, 65% of the guests.
Yeah, how many people could?
Oh, how many could, how the capacity of the store? I think we're at 119, 120-ish, somewhere around there. The dining capacity.
And when it was open, I mean, that place was humming, right? I mean, you would.
Well, no, I mean, it was humming during different parts of the day. That was, again, 68% of our transactions were drive-through transactions. Probably another 15 to 17, 18% were carryouts.
How many people?
And the rest. Put a number on it. I mean, we probably served 1,500 to 1,800 transactions a day. No, inside was only 10% of that, if that.
So you do have induced demand right now for vehicle traffic, because if you had the ability for people to eat inside, you would potentially have less vehicles there, right?
Less vehicles in the parking lot?
Yeah, less vehicles in the drive-through, backing up onto Randolph Road and backing up traffic.
I think it'd be the opposite. I think we would have more traffic onto Randolph if we were single lane again.
If you were able to have people eating inside?
Oh, eating inside. I mean, and again, going back to that percentage that we had, if you're thinking, roughly 70% were drive-through transactions and the other ones were carry-out, if we had the capacity to be able to do very similar to what the Woodlawn has been able to do, I think that you would see less traffic possibly in Randolph with the capacity in throughput.
Possibly.
Given that possibly, again, we can't guarantee anything, but the likelihood, just given what Tammy, her experience so far, I think that it would help. I think it would help.
I don't know who would answer this question. It's about the traffic light. Would that $70,000 go to this traffic light that they're talking about?
Yeah, I'll let CDOT weigh in on that one. Thank you.
So the intent of the contribution would go to the improvements on Randolph Road. As you remember from the Colwick rezoning, we had the contribution that was part of that. And so the intent is the signal or the set of improvements, pedestrian, vehicular, at that location would be the intent of the contribution of those funds.
How would, they mentioned this would be a $450,000 traffic light. How would the rest of that?
I think that original estimate was back of the napkin, but it could be approximately that. And so it could come from other potential developments in the general vicinity. There's potential for congestion mitigation funds. There would be a pedestrian safety benefit to that crossing there. And so we would explore, all methods of funding to make that happen.
Can we go to a slide that would show where that traffic light would go?
So the initial concept included the location of the Publix driveway, and then you see the driveway across the street at the adjacent shopping center, essentially signalizing both of those with a pedestrian crossing in the middle. So, when you run your vehicular phases, you get an opportunity to safely get pedestrians across Randolph Road.
So we know that the traffic light would go around where that number 4400, 4499 is. So if there's traffic backing up down Randolph Road and you would make a right turn out of the Chick-fil-A, what happens when that red light backs up? How would that mitigate congestion? Wouldn't it not add to congestion if there was another congestion point there?
The intent of that exploration of that set of improvements was really to help service some of the neighborhood traffic as well, coming out of Colwick. And I think, the sole purpose is not to solve the Chick-fil-A traffic issues, but the redesign of the site plan was really the biggest part about that. And so the signalized improvements not necessarily to solve Chick-fil-A access traffic, but general area traffic improvements.
Would an introduction of a traffic light here not add to the congestion that this Chick-fil-A we're trying to solve for?
You would see some traffic along Randolph Road. Our signal systems folks would tie the timing together, and really it's that improvement is really alleviating congestion in various places. You have a lot of concern from the neighbors that when we met with was the Greenwich signal and some of the issues back there with the additional traffic from Colwick and Chick-fil-A. And so spreading that out from the side streets was one of the issues discussed. And, we would work to time those signals if it came to fruition to get that Randolph corridor working well.
So I remember from the other Colwick rezoning, a big concern was the traffic, especially backing up traffic out getting around school time when schools were let out. Isn't there a rush? Is there not a rush of service at Chick-fil-A when schools let out? Don't say no. Come on now.
No, I mean, I'm sure there is. But, I mean, there's a rush coming through, just the timing of it. I can't give you the exact time, it's just offhand.
So if we add another light, we still got the school traffic, and we're inducing more car traffic demand at this location. How would that better serve the concerns of the neighbors that we've heard so vehemently from?
Well, the neighbors, so let me back. So in terms of the traffic signal, The monetary contribution Chick-fil-A would make would not be limited to the traffic signal. But what the improvements are designed to do is to try to eliminate queuing from this point forward, this point south. Cars would not queue that way because you'd enter down here. So the queuing is from here to here. The ability to, or the agreement to contribute towards the traffic light or other transportation improvements in that area was a request from the Colwick area residents, and Chick-fil-A was happy to do it.
That's so they can get out of their neighborhood.
Well, again, this is a place that I frequent. This is a place that I'll speak from a place of personal privilege. That this is a pain in my day to day, and I think I speak for a lot of folks that have to commute to, through, and from there. I think that this is a bad decision to make this drive-through only. I think that this is a place that is densifying. It's going to be intensifying over time. This is the last place that I would want to put a drive-through only. I look at this whole sea of parking that's going on here, and I don't know why we wouldn't try to make this a more pedestrian-friendly place. Make this a place where you can drive up, park, and walk around, go get something to eat, go shopping, do all those things by getting out of your car. Especially as we have said, I think that we are trying to become a more pedestrian-oriented city, a place that transitions areas, specifically areas like this, from being auto-intensive that were built 20, 30, 40 years ago for those purposes to a place that supports a mixed use of development. I don't know how staff is really getting behind this petition. I will say, this conversation has come up around drive-throughs over the past, and I think Mr. Picari has pointed this out, that we are having to deal with this on an ad hoc basis. We don't have policy that specifically looks at drive-throughs. I think we need to do that. This is an important piece of development that many of us have gotten used to, but we have to have a bit of a look inside and say what we have been used to is, in a lot of situations, specifically this situation, is what we need to get away from. So I would really hope that we take a good look at this, and I hope that we don't push this through, because it would be the wrong use of land use for our community. Thank you.
I have Ms. Mayfield, followed by Mr. Bakari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the petitioner. It'll be a similar, on the same line for staff. Can you have the slide of the revised? Keep going, because I'm looking at the one that we have.
The site plan, Councilmember Mayfield?
Yes.
This is the proposed site plan.
Okay, that's the proposed. Okay, so the one that I have access to actually has all information.
Oops.
And I think up top, they can see what it is that I'm looking at. Because I'm trying to get an idea with, we have a, yes.
Right there.
Thank you. So we have a right only coming in. And if I heard correctly, we have going to the ramp, that's the pedestrian walk. So we have pedestrians that's going to be walking across to a walk-up window that's going to have to go in between the traffic, and we're talking about 2 lanes of drive-through traffic and a pedestrian walking up just to get to a window, not actually be able to go into the facility to sit down and order.
That's correct.
With looking at the proposals of sidewalk and the light, and this may be something that's on here and I'm just not seeing it, because here's the reality. That's going to contribute to a lot of the trash that's along the area if people are just going to the window, walking up, going down. we're seeing the impact of trash throughout our city as it is, with people opening up their doors, rolling down their windows, putting fast food items, entire bags out onto the streets. So it would also be helpful to come back and give us a layout of where the trash cans, what's going to be the maintenance on those trash cans. That type of information will be helpful if people are just walking up and they aren't able to sit. This is a question, David, this might be for you still on here, because I'm trying to understand if the council's goal previously was around pedestrian connectivity, why we would consider a drive-through or walk-up only and remove the ability for placemaking. Because that's not placemaking if I'm not in a vehicle, if I choose, because of all that's going on around this area, if I choose to walk over, it's a bit of a Frogger game that I'm playing to get over to it. But then once I get there, I'm not able to stay to order, sit down. I'm going to have to immediately pick up and leave. Help me understand the direction we're going in for this.
Yeah, I think, again, for us, the pedestrian improvements are along that frontage on Randolph. The internal stuff, I think, would we like to see it? There was an outdoor seating proposed at some point during the site plan. That's not on the site plan at this point, so there was an opportunity to pick up and sit down, at a table outside to eat. But that's something that we saw kind of get taken off the site plan through the iterations of it to where we see it now.
Thank you. Getting that information back will be helpful since we're just at the hearing. As of right now, just for full transparency, it will be very hard for me to consider supporting this in this current iteration. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Yes, well, thank you, Tammy, obviously, for coming and to see firsthand the success you've had since we did the same rezoning on Woodlawn. It's been great to see and experience, and both Andre and you guys for serving the community the way you have, amazingly, for all the people that work for you, and particularly for one of the few people out there who is innovating in almost a Disney-like way of how to move people, right? We're at a spot right now in this community where the reality is we have to move people in the ways they move around today, and to see people innovating in our backyard is very, very important there. Liana and the neighborhood and community, thank you for working so diligently to partner with them to figure out ways to enhance the neighborhood. And some of these needs that we've discussed tonight are far larger than this one rezoning. We have congestion, massive congestion issues to face there. We also have issues of neighbors being able to get out of their neighborhood. And this is the holistic solution we need. Again, we're fiddling around with what is at our disposal to play with today in the state it is. In a perfect world, there would be a lot more investment from the city side to do things differently, and unfortunately there isn't. And this is where we sit today. So along the lines of this rezoning, I think that despite a lot of the conversation we've had, the bottom line is we've got someone who employs a lot of people, has been here over 20 years, and will continue to be here in that same fashion. And they are able to serve a lot of people. An induced demand in this scenario is they've got a great product and they keep getting faster, and it induces people to want to come and fulfill their needs there. So I think that is the other side of that coin that's very important. I think that at the end of the day, maybe more people will want to come because they're innovating and getting faster. That's great. That's what we need, people's solutions for people's issues. But this will inevitably, like it has on Woodlawn, make things more efficient, make things more effective for getting folks through and what they need accomplished. So I think that's a no-brainer there. For the folks that came and spoke in opposition, I appreciate you coming from far parts of town to give your perspective on what's happening there. I think the thing I'd say is I don't disagree with your points. I actually really want a walkable town. I want a town that has pedestrian safety and biker safety in the front of our minds. But at the end of the day, you can't wish that into existence from behind the dais on rezoning nights. We have to invest massive amounts of money in the infrastructure to make that viable. And we've had debates where people want to walk around and don't want to drive on Woodlawn right now. And I don't know if you've been around there, but as much as we want that theoretically to be a walkable area, the level of investment is absolutely inefficient over there. The same thing with Woodlawn and what we did there. The same thing we're seeing at Randolph right now. So while I support the theory of this amazing walkable, bikeable community we all want, we can't even get effective crosswalks prioritized to be around the ingress and egress points of our schools. So we can't expect someone to say, okay, drive-throughs are gone, and all of a sudden people are just going to start walking across Randolph to grab a chicken sandwich and sit down. It doesn't work that way. And as long as we keep villainizing cars and villainizing drive-throughs and the things where people are actually getting service in our parts of town right now that need it, without investing, we're just going to basically be avoiding the real strategic solution and then killing the part of our community that's actually doing well and innovating with what they have today. So none of this is perfect, but more of it's on our side and what we need to solve and prioritize than it is on each single individual developer that comes before us. I appreciate you guys innovating. We need more of that there. And I appreciate the community for working closely to find these concessions as we cobble together a solution. But my commitment remains the same to all of you as it did the last time we all gathered in the last community meeting we had after that. We needed to approach our infrastructure in a different way and how we prioritize those dollars, and we need to figure out what needs to be invested to make things more walkable, to reduce congestion, to do these things we want. So I'll keep on that.
All right, I don't see any other hands. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next item is 34. Item 34 for approximately 22.9 acres located on the west side of Harrisburg Road, south of Sam D on 485. It's in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential with 4 units per acre. Proposed zoning is single-family residential with 5 units per acre. And the staff recommends approval of this petition. However, we have 3 people to speak against. So Mr. Pennell will speak for, Ms. Mitchell, Mr. Baker, and Ms. Campbell will speak against. So everyone will have 10 minutes, and we'll start with the staff and then go right to Mr. Pennell.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Our next item is 2022-042. It's just under 23 acres on Harrisburg Road, just across from Mecklenburg Shrine Club Road. The existing zoning is R4. The proposed zoning would be to propose that to an R5 district. This is conventional, so it's not a conditional district being proposed. The adopted place type from the 2040 policy map does recommend neighborhood 1, and that R5 district would qualify under that neighborhood 1 place type. Again, this is a conventional petition, so there are no outstanding issues. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for neighborhood 1, and we'll take any questions following presentations by the petitioner and members of the community. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pennell.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, staff. Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners, representing Broad Street Homes on petition 2022-042, 22.9 acres of existing low-density single-family. Here, we're actually proposing R5 under the future N1 district. Again, we're proposing single-family homes here. We would like to note that we are doing this essentially, we would like to do this by right through a conventional zoning after an approval, where we would be following design criteria set forth under the current zoning ordinance. We actually have a concept sketch plan here. We believe that this would essentially be very similar to what the site plan would look like once it's completed. We actually have one benefit here that we can actually speak to. This was submitted as a by right project to the City of Charlotte Land Development and NCDOT. So we've actually received staff feedback on what this would look like under the current zoning district of R3 and R4. So with that, we would like to request under this petition an R5 district for these 2 parcels. By right, today it's approximately 86 lots. Under an R5 district, which we're proposing here, it would be approximately 114 lots. Now, we would never achieve those 114 lots because there are other items that are required by code that we would have to provide on site, including stormwater detention. A little bit of details on that. We can get into that if anybody has any questions. And then also tree save as well. Also, after working with NCDOT on this project, there will be some road widening associated with Harrisburg Road, including a left turn lane into the site and also a right turn lane into the site as well. With that, I would yield the remainder of my time to the FinCo.
I don't think we can yield the time to the
Excuse me.
people
Well,
in.
my presentation is complete, Mayor Lyles. Thank you so much.
I don't think you want to do that.
How about I will close my presentation and I will give them their 10 minutes.
All right, well, let's go ahead
All
and hear.
right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and hear from the opposition, Ms. Mitchell. And I just want to remind the council, this is a conventional rezoning, so our questions have to fit in that box. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles and distinguished City Council. I had a speech planned out, and I knew exactly what I was going to say, but there were a couple of things that were pointed out today that I want to just kind of reemphasize. My name is Vernetta Mitchell, and I chair the Far East Neighborhoods Coalition. We're located far east from Albemarle Road to the Cabarrus County line, W.T. Harris, and Rocky River Road. So we're way out there where the orchards used to grow before all of the development. We are not in favor of the rezoning, and here's why. Two primary reasons, and there's been a lot of discussion around this evening. Infrastructure, increased density. This is the opportune time to stop, take a pause, do an area plan for the Far East that has not been done since 1990 and 1995. That's a long time. There's been a lot of changes. This is the perfect time to say, let's reset, decide what Far East Charlotte needs, what's important to the residents of Far East. There are no sidewalks on Harrisburg Road other than what the developers who built the new development from property line to property line. And our running joke is, where am I going to walk? To the end of the property line and then back in one little line. I can't walk to the store. I can't walk to the parks that we have along Harrisburg Road. So building another development on Harrisburg Road, across from a school nonetheless, with sidewalks from property line to property line, I can't walk to the food line safely. If any of you have driven Harrisburg Road and you come around that corner toward Sam D, good luck. I hope you have your wheels done, because it is dangerous. A year and a half ago, this council approved 2 rezonings that will bring 600 additional homes less than a quarter of a mile from this rezoning. Still, no discussion of any type of infrastructure development so that our residents can get around. There are amenities there, but you have to get in your car to get there. I don't think that's the desire of what we want to do. Second reason we do not agree or approve this particular rezoning is that there were 2 reasons why staff recommended this. One is a 10-minute walkable neighborhood, or 10-minute neighborhood, as the 2040 plan says. You cannot get from this location to the amenities less than a quarter of a mile away by safely walking, cycling, or taking transportation. So that doesn't fit the 10-minute neighborhood concept. Secondly, it will, quote unquote, retain our character and identity. We don't even know what these houses are going to look like because they're not required to submit them to you. So what are you retaining if you do not know what they're looking like? So with that being said, this is a perfect opportunity for City Council, staff, and the members of the Far East Neighborhood Coalition to start discussing an area plan. What do we want for the Far East? Since our inception in September of 20, there's been 47 rezoning approval, not to include the by right. So you are permitting growth and development without the consideration of how that's impacting our quality of life. So I'm going to yield my time. I can't do that, Madam Mayor, can I? To our other residents.
5 minutes and 36 seconds left.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm also a FINCO member and the secretary. The reason I'm here today is because of the lack of infrastructure that we're being not provided in our area. As stated before, you have all these developers coming into our community, building, creating sidewalks, but they don't connect. And in order to get with this new developer, I call it dead man's curve. If you're walking, riding or bicycling, you better have reflectors, eyes in the back of your head for safety issues, and definitely do not walk at night. And the amenities that we do have, we have Mr. Charles, we have Wendy's, we have Papa John's, we have a nail spot. So there are places that people can go, but you cannot walk. It is detrimental to your health. And as you're saying, this 2040 plan, they put the picture in there saying, this is in alignment with the 2040 plan. Please let me know how you're walking that. It's not safe. Also, as she stated before, we don't have an area plan. You're making all these decisions. Have any of you ridden through our community? Have you taken the time to look at the area? That's my question. You're making decisions without looking. And in order to make a decision, I feel you need to ride through our community, make a decision that benefits us and not the developers, and the lack of communication between us. FINCO was started in 20. Before that, there was no one speaking on our behalf. We've joined forces, we're working, and we're trying to work with you and the developers to ensure that it is a safe community for all. I'm rendering my time to Alan.
Thank you. Alan Baker, you have 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yes, my name is Alan Baker, and I want to talk about the pre-hearing staff analysis, the comment that was made that this project could facilitate a 10-minute neighborhood. And no, this project could not facilitate a 10-minute neighborhood because the project does not include any infrastructure along Harrisburg Road to the nearest grocery store or any services. Yes, the streets map, which is in the first draft, does list Harrisburg Road, does have a plan for Harrisburg Road to be upgraded in the future, but that has nothing to do with this project, and this project is not going to facilitate any of those changes that's in the streets map. So I would like to know why the city staff is saying that projects and rezonings are going to facilitate 10-minute neighborhoods when they don't. I think it sends the wrong message to the residents, and it sends is telling residents that, you know, in Far East Charlotte, 10-minute neighborhoods aren't for us, and that the 2040 comp plan, that part of the 2040 comp plan doesn't apply to us. It's telling developers that you don't have to follow the goals of the 2040 comp plan because, you know, the city staff is going to write comments into the pre-hearing analysis that'll cover that. So I think this analysis was rubber stamp. It's not equitable. I was on the Ordinance Advisory Council, and this is not what we were promised for the 2040 comp plan to call projects like this a 10-minute neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pinnell, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think the petitioner believes that low-density neighborhoods can exist and be a component of the 10-minute neighborhood. With this particular development, we are proposing public roads on site. We are proposing sidewalks on site. We're proposing sidewalks along Harrisburg Road. Yes, it is from property line to property line, but at least it is a component of development in Charlotte which will provide that pedestrian safety that we all believe does need to take place with all development. Harrisburg Road is an NCDOT maintained road. We have been working with NCDOT on what widening needs to occur along that road to maintain a safe environment for cars and pedestrians. Like I had mentioned before, a left turn lane into the neighborhood would be provided, widening with storage. And also on the opposite direction, a right turn lane into the neighborhood would be provided as well. In addition to that, with the rest of the development, an R5 district would be up, like I had mentioned, about 114 homes. Residential living is definitely needed within our city. And while it is low density, as I previously mentioned, it's still a component of a 10-minute neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see Ms. Ajmera.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Winston. So this question is for staff. So while this is a state-maintained road, Harrisburg Road, I'm very familiar with this site. Sidewalks, is that city's responsibility on the state-maintained road?
So sidewalks within city jurisdiction would be maintained by the city. And there, it would be a requirement of our development standards for sidewalks across the entire frontage. So as far as constructing them, there's various projects that can do that. There's none along this section of Harrisburg Road, but sidewalks have been an identified need by the city for this section of Harrisburg Road by CDOT and the sidewalk program. There's a lot of sidewalk needs in the city, and so the difficulty is identifying where to put those funds and getting the where on the priority list they fall.
So I hear you say while it is a state-maintained road, sidewalks, it's city's responsibility, and the need is already been identified to have sidewalks here. Is that right?
So this section is on the sidewalk need list, and this development here would complete a portion of it, and then it would continue to be evaluated along with the remainder of the needs list.
So we have this priority list. Staff had shared that earlier. I think it was Ms. Babson who had shared that list. If we can just see where in the priority this specific site is at, because Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Baker and Ms. Campbell raises valid concerns. Currently, it's very dangerous to walk. There are times our family, we ride bikes here, and it's very dangerous. There is a school not far from this site, and you can't even walk to the school. I have seen kids that actually walk. I'm just, every time I drive by and I see someone walking past by, especially children, I'm just praying that they won't get hit. So really, we gotta prioritize this sidewalk. I appreciate what developer is doing because it will fill the gap and the void that we have, but there is just so much infrastructure need in this part of town that I don't think have been prioritized that we need to look into to address the concerns, especially around schools, public schools. Other thing, so I was looking at the density. Density is not out of line with what we typically approve. We approve a lot higher density. So, but there are specific valid concerns that residents have around infrastructure needs. Sidewalk is just one of them, road widening and other projects that I think we as a council need to figure out how to address those infrastructure concerns while the private development community continues to help us fill the gaps that we can't fill. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm actually surprised that this is recommended for approval in its current state because there are so many open-ended items. And as my colleague here said, we both live in the district, by the way. And I want to make sure that I emphasize that that particular area of town, there are a lot of leaders that live there, from, this particular body to the county commission to people who serve in our community. So there are a lot of people who see these infrastructure needs on a regular basis, and we're all aware of them. I'm sure you are as well. But in its current state, I can't support it. I will not support it right now as it stands. There's still work to do here. And I think it's not fair to our residents to just sound as though we're handing them something and saying, here, take it. And so I think we can do better. And I would like to see us attempt in a better way, stronger, to rise to that occasion and see what that's like. And I mean, I have a few areas that stand out to me in particular based on what is being recommended. I'll start with the schools. As a mom with children in CMS, I see that we already have 2 schools that are already overextended prior to the project. So we have a middle and a high school. And I can't tell you how many times I sit down with the residents and the people I serve who have real concerns about the school system that serves our particular community. We have more schools that have need just because of this and other items in our community. So we're going to now expand that, and create more need, because now we're going to pile more babies in a place in a school that's already overcrowded, right? We got, Garinger High that's going to accept high school babies with already sitting at 115% capacity. We can do better. And I think these things have to be concurrent. I think if we're going to give somebody a place to stay, then concurrently, although we're not the body that makes that decision, we need to be considering the fact, where are the children going to go to school, and how will those children be, served as a result of where they stay. And right now, for the people I serve, in a large percentage, the children in the district where I served aren't being served well. And so that stands out to me immediately. And then we're saying yes, but we don't even have the sewer system and infrastructure to support it. So there's this huge contingency for like Charlotte Water and sewer and sanitation. And so we're saying yes, but we don't even, I don't have a timeline in front of me. I don't see like how long that's going to take, what type of resources we need. And so the stormwater issue is just something that I have to say, like I said, even I, as the representative, I feel like this is being thrown at me. And then I'm supposed to sell this to my colleagues and tell them to say yes to this right now. Personally, I haven't had a conversation with my colleague, but right now this is a no for me. Like, it is a hard no. So I feel like we can do better. And we got some time to do better. I will be happy to provide you my cell phone number. We can sit down. We can sit down with the residents of the area that I serve to see if we can get some solutions, because the FinCo area is already a heavy lift to begin with, because it lacks basic infrastructure. So now we're talking not only what you bring to bear, and look, I'm not saying it's your fault as the development community. I'm very sensitive to the development community. It is not your job to fix what we're supposed to fix as the governing body of the city. I want to figure out how we properly work with you to make sure that we properly serve the people together. We need you in the community. We know what you bring is valuable, but we can do better. You can do better, and we can do better as a governing body. So we got some questions to answer. We got some, areas of opportunity in this particular proposal as well. And I'm willing to sit down with our staff and, my colleagues to figure out how we can put those resources together and create a happy medium. So that's my perspective as the representative for the community that's being served with this proposal. And like I said, I think we can do better, both of us.
Thank you, Councilmember. I look forward to working with you on this petition.
All right.
Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is actually for staff. Mr. Petition, I agree with the comment/recommendation that came from Ms. Mitchell, and that is that we possibly need to look at this time to slow down and look at what we're proposing. We now have a couple of projects that are similar to this that we have supported and that have been developed in the city. We need to take a step back and look at the actual impact in community, in neighborhoods, as was mentioned by my colleague who is the representative of this district. We do not even have current capacity for this type of development, so it's concerning that we would have a proposal in front of us to vote, to have the hearing to potentially vote on a possible what if. It would be helpful if right now, with looking at the fact that we're in between plans, that we look at what is the actual impact, what's our vision for the area. When we have an area that has not had an area plan in decades, we need to take that into consideration when we look at all the development that is around this and what we're proposing. It would be a really good opportunity to step back and look at really what is council's charge to staff and how is staff interpreting that charge through the language that's been adopted and created. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll make a motion to close.
Move to close.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
All right, let's go to item 35, petition 2022-162 by Dream Key for approximately 7 acres located on the west side of Weddington Road. It's in District 7. The current zoning is multifamily with 12 units, and the proposed zoning is multifamily with 17 units per acre. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We have on this petition, Ms. Grant will coordinate that for the people that are for, and there are 3 speakers that are speaking in opposition to it. Mr. Jensen, Mr. Temley Janovic, and Mr. Castro. So with that, we'll start with the staff.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-162, it's 7.23 acres on Weddington Road at the intersection with Simfield Church Road. It is currently zoned R12 multifamily conditional. As mentioned, the proposed zoning is for R17 multifamily conditional. The adopted place type from the policy map does recognize the existing zoning, and the existing place type is still recommended for that neighborhood too, so this petition would be continually consistent with that recommendation. The proposal is for up to 96 multifamily dwelling units. That would bring it to about 13.3 units per acre. Vehicular access would be proposed off Weddington Road. Does dedicate 50 feet of right-of-way on Weddington Road, along with construction of an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along the frontage. Does provide a 30-foot setback from the future right-of-way along Weddington Road. Also illustrates the required ordinance buffer for 38-foot Class C buffer along the rear and side property line. That could be potentially reduced to 28.5 feet if there's a fence provided. Also specifies parking will not be allowed between the building and Weddington Road, and does commit to a number of architectural standards related to allowed and prohibited exterior building materials, building placement, massing and modulation, varied building facades and blank walls, as well as roof design. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and technical revisions related to transportation and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood 2, and we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by the petitioner and the community. Thank you.
All right, please, Ms. Grant.
I'm going to wait for the PowerPoint presentation to queue up, but good evening, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. Bridget Grant, Land Use Consultant with Moran Van Allen. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with my colleague Jeff Brown and presenting on behalf of Dream Key Partners. I'm here tonight with Julie Porter, Fred Dodson, and Jennifer Drew Perry with the Dream Key team, as well as Frank McMahon with Land Design. As council is well aware, affordable housing is intended to help those who are paying more than 30% of their income in housing, which in Charlotte is nearly half of the renters. Seniors, as well as those on disability, also benefit from the opportunity to have affordable housing. Dream Key is seeking rezoning of a site in South Charlotte, and as this graphic depicts, they are within a half a mile of 2 grocery stores, other neighborhood services, retail, and amenity. And with some recent work that's being done by NCDOT, there will be a sidewalk that connects from the site to within about 700 feet of our site that we're working with staff to address how we can fill in that last little gap. I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead to our site. We are proposing a single building site that has a maximum height of 3 stories. It's going to be 2 stories on the edges closest to the existing single-family residential. We've got approximately 175 feet between our building and the property line on the west side of the site, and 225 feet between the building and the east side of the property with the existing single-family residential. We are proposing a 12-foot multi-use path along our frontage and have only one entryway, and that's limited to our access on Weddington Road. We've got potential tree save area toward the back, the play area, and we anticipate that we will be providing a fence along the periphery of the site, and with that fence, we have agreed to not reduce the buffer and take advantage of that provision. The total number of units proposed is 96 units over the 7.23 acres for a total density of just over 13. We have several architectural renderings that we've included with this site. This shows you how the site is limited to 2 stories on the edge of the building and tiers up to a 3-story. This also gives you an idea of how far the building is set back from Weddington Road, the generous sidewalk and streetscape that's appropriate in the surrounding context. This gives you an idea of what the building looks like from the interior of the site. Again, it calls to mind quality materials, changes in materials, the overall massing and scaling of the building in proximity to the surrounding community. And this gives you an idea of what one of the amenity areas might look like with the building. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We've got members of our team here as well.
All right, before you continue, we would like to have, let's see, we have.
Mr. Jensen?
Mr. Jensen?
My name is Cliff Jensen. I am the president of the Willowmere Community Association, representing our neighborhood as well as the Nottingham neighborhood, which is also adjacent to this petition. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you we shouldn't support this. Affordable housing is something that we need in this community, and we understand that need. What I would like, and what Dreamkey Partners has done so far, is work with us on a number of concessions to make this tenable situation for all the neighbors of this petition. There's 4 key points that we'd like as far as concessions. You've each received a PowerPoint in the email earlier today. I advise you to look at that after the fact if you have not already done so. The 4 key points: building height. Yes, it's 2 stories on the ends and 3 stories in the middle. We would prefer that to be a 2-story across the board, and we understand that that maybe would increase the base of it, but we'd like to at least discuss those options further. The second option, which has been addressed, is the fence, and we appreciate Dreamkey Partners for both including that, and it's part of the petition, as well as not reducing the buffer. So thank you for that. The next thing that we would like to see is, yes, there will be a sidewalk in front of this community, a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. Again, this has come up in the previous discussions, and I appreciate the passion that everyone has for that. I hope it continues for this petition as well. What we'd like to see, and I hope CDOT can, we know this is not the petitioners, we're not asking them to do that, but we're hoping that you guys can influence CDOT to take that all the way to McKee Road, whereas right now it's a sidewalk to nowhere, and it's a very dangerous curve as well, and it would be very dangerous, and people would end up cutting through neighborhoods to get to the proposed grocery stores and so forth that the petitioner mentioned. The last thing, and maybe the most egregious of them all, is the traffic in that area. The traffic is already untenable. We have a school right across from this petition, Socrates Academy, as well as a new interchange at 485 and Weddington Road that's about to open. The traffic there is already very, very bad. Yes, I think the recommendation right now is to include a single right turn lane. That's not sufficient. We need more, including perhaps a crosswalk so that students can cross the road safely from Socrates Academy into the neighboring communities, as well as other turn lanes and other considerations, I'm not the expert. I will leave the Department of Transportation folks to determine a better way. But one right turn lane is not going to help the situation by any means. That's all I have. I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I know we started late, so I'm going to be brief. And thank you all very much for your time. And I hope you strongly consider these 4 key points before approving this petition.
Okay, thank you very much. Are the other speakers here? Okay, if they're not here,
Yes, they
I'm
are.
sorry. Please come down. Is it
Kim?
Tom,
You said everything. We're in agreement.
That's no.
Mr. Castro?
They're done.
They're done. Okay,
Mr. Castro.
someone is coming down.
What's this?
Mr. Castro, right? He's coming down.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for having me here, and thank you, Mr. Jensen, for placing the case very well. I know that and good evening to everybody as well. So I live in the 4030 Risley Lane, and some of my children actually walk to the Publix or to the places either to work, and that is a very dangerous place to walk. So teenagers, as you know, after COVID, so children need a place to go as well. So they get used to walk all the way to the YMCA, to the stores to get a sandwich at Publix or do whatever they really want and they encourage to do. So having a sidewalk and a safe place to go all the way to McKee, like Mr. Jensen pointed out, is the right thing to do for our youth, for our school students, and for our seniors as well. So we have seniors over there, walking there all the way to the YMCA. That is a community place that supports our community. So please consider that as part of the infrastructure that you are pulling through. And additionally, our road, Wellington Road, has become a pass-through area. So it's a pass-through area for people that comes all the way from Waxhaw, from other places even beyond that. So the traffic is going to be continue increasing because you are not only considering the surrounding, but even the extended areas. So you got traffic pass through that use Wellington all the time. So you got several schools. You got a charter school across McKee Road as well that was created. So we have a full density of schools, students, seniors, people walking. And finally, I saw something about stormwater. So behind our neighborhood, there is a creek there that gets very flooded as construction goes all the way down. That creek flows into the lake that is at the park next door, next to our neighborhood. Please include that as improvements and safety for our homes. I don't have anything else to say, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for coming down. I'd like to recognize Mr. Drigg.
You got a rebuttal.
We have a rebuttal. 2 minutes, Ms. Grant.
I won't use the full 2 minutes. I know it's a long night. First, I just want to say we thank you, that we appreciate their understanding of the need for affordable housing. First things first, we are thrilled to provide the fence. The sidewalk is something we're working on with NCDOTs. Understand that they've got a section of it, and hopefully the city will be able to jump in and fill that gap between our site and the NCDOT improvements. That's something that they would also have to look at in terms of providing crosswalks. That's a state road in that area, and so we'd have to talk to them about that type of feasibility. And the last thing, there was a request to take the entire site down to 2 stories. We wouldn't be able to do that because if we took it down to 2 stories, we wouldn't be able to park the units that are there. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to thank Dream Key for the wonderful work you do to address our affordable housing issues. And this is a great example. I would want to mention, colleagues, there are currently 4 affordable housing projects going on one way or another in District 7, the police station, Valentine, Ardrey Kell, and this one. And none of those have had any opposition from residents. So it's an expensive area. It's not easy, but we're not dealing with what we dealt with, if you recall, those old timers, right, who were here the first time for this one. The issues that were raised by the residents are, in some cases, pending. I've told them we're going to keep looking at the traffic, work with CDOT, and make sure that we have a good answer to that. And I'm hoping that Ms. Babson will help out with the sidewalk. She's not paying attention. So were you nodding? Were you nodding? No. Anyway, I'm very hopeful that we will have an answer on the sidewalk issue, because that's valuable to this development as well as important to the neighbors. So I'm looking forward to making this come true, and just appreciate the residents who came to the meeting that we had to talk about it, the points they raised, and we will keep working on getting your remaining issues addressed. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from Mr. Mitchell, followed by Ms. Ajmera?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bridget, just one quick question. The 96 units, how many of them will be 60%, 80% market rate? Do we have a breakdown?
I'll invite Julie Porter to come down and answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
That hasn't actually been completely decided, but we do know it's going to be a mixed income community, so it will be 30, 60, and 80%. Figure that 80% of the units are probably 60% AMI and under, and then about 20% of them are going to be 30% AMI and under.
So, Mr. Driggs, concerns here on sidewalks. Ms. Babson, if we can just get a list of sidewalks gap around schools so that kids can get to school, walk to school safely, and how we can fill that gap, that's something we can address as part of our budget discussion coming up. But I think this is a very critical area that's keep coming back here. And I hear loud and clear as my daughter gets ready to go to school, I want to make sure that we have safer access to schools across the city. Other thing, one of the speakers had mentioned about was creek. So is there a creek in the backside of the site? And
there is. One of the things actually probably the city ought to speak to is that they have asked us to do a retention pond that has like 100-year flood.
Higher capacity.
A higher capacity because of that creek back there. So we're aware of it. We know that we have to be very careful with runoff on this particular site.
so this retention pond is higher capacity than what it would have been because of the creek. Is that right?
Yes, much higher capacity, probably the highest capacity that you require, the city requires.
All right. Thank you.
I really would like for us to, this is a comment to the council members, as we're talking about schools and sidewalks, I think that that is something that we ought to try to talk with the school board about. They're going to have a major bond referendum coming up, and the idea is that usually if you're building something like that, it's more efficient for them to build, and they also know where kids go. We don't have that kind of information, so I really would hope that at some point we would have some idea from the school system about what they include besides to make a school workable for a community. So not putting sidewalks in doesn't seem to be a good option, especially when they know where the kids are. And I also wonder about the parking. You know, I think that a large number of our schools, especially the high schools, have parking for the senior class. Probably not just the senior class, but a lot of parking spaces. And so, you know, these are infrastructure things that there are ways to innovate or manage, and I think we ought to be thinking about that in long term as well. So I appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Driggs?
I just wanted to comment, as that investment takes place that CMS is talking about, we have an obligation, right, to pay for infrastructure associated with that.
Exactly.
So as we do our calculation, and I agree with you, I've been calling for us to look closer at our sidewalk situation for some time, because I see us getting into a kind of a deep hole, and I don't want us to get too far behind.
Right.
The schools will be another reason to think
Right.
about it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, everyone. All right, so do I have any other comments or
Motion to close the
questions?
public hearing.
Motion to close. All in favor of closing the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right, the next item is item number 36. This is a petition 2022-003 by Joy Homes for approximately 4 acres on the south side of Tryon, north of Orchard Gate Drive, In District 3, current zoning is single-family residential with 3 units per acre, and the proposed zoning is multifamily with 12 units per acre. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Mr. Carmichael represents those 4, and you have no opposition, so we will have a short presentation and a few minutes from Mr. Carmichael, and then we'll proceed to questions from the council.
All right, thank you. 2022-003, it's 4.39 acres on South Tryon. The current zoning, as mentioned, is R3. Proposed zoning is for R12 MF conditional. The adopted place type, you can see, is recommended for neighborhood 1. We do have some neighborhood center just a little bit further down South Tryon, as well as community activity center just off to the east. The proposal is for up to 29 single-family attached dwelling units, so that comes in at about 6.6 dwelling units per acre. I'd have 5 units proposed per building, does provide a Class A 28-foot buffer when adjacent to the single-family zone. You can see that on the eastern property line in green. Does extend Clover Cliff Road through the site. That would include an 8-foot planting strip, 6-foot sidewalk on both sides of the street. Give us some opportunities for some additional future connectivity to the east. Does provide access to the single attached dwelling units through a private alley off of South Tryon Street down to Clover Cliff Road. Would upgrade the South Tryon streetscape, with a minimum of 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path. Does prohibit the use of vinyl, ephes, and masonite as exterior building materials. Commits to porches and stoops on all corner and end units that face a public or private street, and does provide visitor recessed parking along that extension of Clover Cliff Road. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through. Is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 recommendation, but we do have some consistent development patterns just next door, which is more indicative of neighborhood 2, and we're in close proximity to that community and neighborhood activity centers. So we did feel that it was an appropriate request to add some townhome infill in this location. So we'll be happy to take any questions following petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael. With me tonight is Brian Smith. I won't repeat what Dave Pettin reviewed. He did a very thorough job of going through the plan. The site's just about 4.4 acres south side of South Tryon Street between Orchard Gate and Wrights Ferry Road. You've got atrium to the east of the site. You've got Christ the King Lutheran Church to the east of the site, and there's a public storage to the east of the site. And then the Rivergate Green Apartments are immediately to the west of the site. This is looking into the site from South Tryon Street. As Dave said, the request is go to R12 MFCD to allow 29 townhomes. The petition originally proposed 48 multifamily dwelling units, but after meeting with the Residents Association, the plan was amended to request up to 29 single-family attached dwelling units. There is a right turn lane that would be installed on South Tryon Street into the site. And there were a couple of amenity areas that have been added that are on this plan here with some seating. There are some outstanding issues which we will address on a plan to be filed on Wednesday. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner or staff?
Move to close.
Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, for staff, it's a statement of the reiteration. Now might be a good time for us to pause and get clarification, because as we see multiple projects come before us, we still have some inconsistency, and it would be great to identify what is our plan. And for this particular project, when was the last area plan, and how does this fit into those goals? Thank you, Madam Mayor, and second on the motion.
Is that for the follow-up report? Is we have a motion to close in a
Yes.
second? Okay, for the follow-up report, Mr. Pettin. All right, all in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next petition is 37, rezoning petition 2022-24 for approximately 5 acres located in Reams Road and Pressberry Boulevard, south of W.T. Harris. It's in District 4. Current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed is multifamily residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We will have staff presentation, and then Mr. Bowman, Mr. Holcomb, and Mr. Ganser will have 10 minutes, and Ms. Pickles-Blau will be speaking in opposition.
All right, thank you. 2022-024, 5.37 acres on Reams Road. It's at the intersection with Pressbury Boulevard, just south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard. Currently zoned R3, proposed zoning is for R8 MF. You see we've got some R12 MFCD, some commercial up in the top corner of the slide, and then neighborhood 1 place type is recommended for the site, but again, that neighborhood 2 place type does show up on the other side of Reams Road, reflecting that multifamily project on the other side of the road. The proposal is for up to 29 single-family attached townhomes. Access would be provided off Reams Road as shown. It does provide an 8-foot planting strip and sidewalk along the Reams Road frontage, as well as a 32-foot Class C buffer abutting the single-family homes. It does provide 4 visitor parking spaces, as well as architectural standards that would include things like pitched roofs, usable porches and stoops, garage doors being set back 12 to 24 inches from the front wall plane, et cetera. So those would be those standards that get worked in to the design of the single-family attached homes. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation that need to be addressed. As mentioned, is inconsistent with the policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 1, would allow for some of that transition of housing from that single-family over to the multifamily across Reams Road. Do feel that it would generally fit the overall character of that area to allow some additional infill on this location. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation and presentation by members of the community. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Hookham will go first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the commission. My name is John Holcomb. I'm with Kimley Horn. The project Reams Road Townhomes is, as was presented to you by Mr. Petition. It's just south of North Lake Mall area, W.T. Harris on Reams Road. It's about 5.4 acres. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to the plan and walk you through some of the considerations that were taken. As mentioned, the project is for 29 townhome units. That's down from the 34 that we originally had proposed, working with staff through the rezoning process and working towards coming before you all. In addition to that reduction, we've also taken into consideration comments by CDOT and NCDOT as it relates to improvements and expectations along Reams Road, that being a width of 39 feet or an expansion to 39 feet of pavement from center line towards our property with curb and gutter. What that does is allows the future road connection that I believe is the Fred Alexander extension that holds or reserves that right-of-way through both what we're dedicating on this property and as you come south along Reams Road. We've heard a lot about pedestrian connectivity and access throughout this evening. So with that, what we've got proposed is an 8-foot sidewalk with 8-foot planter strip along the frontage of the road. What this does is actually make that last leg of connection between some of the communities that are south of us and then the shopping and the amenities that are to the north. With that, we're here to answer any questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Nate Bowman, good evening. I think it's really crucial. I can see that there's a lot of money being spent on the Long Creek Greenway, and our sidewalk connection will kind of provide that connection for all the single-family neighborhoods. And really from there, I think there's only a gap about 20, 30 feet of sidewalk, which we'd love to put in front of a previous neighborhood that gets us all the way to North Lake Mall. And so we think those connections are important. And then the other thing is almost the entire site is going to have buffering either with existing trees or landscaping we're going to add. And especially along Pressbury, it looks like that was what we developers call a spite strip. So that will remain in effect a wooded buffer there in addition to the buffering we have to all the single-family homes behind it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right. Ms. Pickles Blau, please.
Hello, my name is Lisa Blau. I'm so nervous, so bear with me.
Don't be nervous. We are not that bad.
Well, I would love to say that I'm more familiar with this process, but I am not. I'm fairly new to the process, and so forgive me if I, don't understand a few things or if I've missed a few things, but I think I understand. I am a resident of Gatewood neighborhood, and I am strongly opposed to this rezoning petition. My neighborhood has been in existence for approximately 27 years. We are a very small neighborhood with about 90 houses and no HOA, which has been negative and a positive over the years. Excuse me. First, I really want to say that this process has been a little bit confusing and overwhelming. I received notice of the public hearing on the evening of November 14th, which was just last Monday. I emailed Mr. Michael Russell, the planning project coordinator, on November 16th, and at that time I requested that the hearing concerning this rezoning of 9337 Reams Road in Charlotte be postponed. Residents of Gatewood had not been adequately apprised of the details, and many of us had, in fact, no knowledge that a community meeting had already been held. Due to the fact that only one family was represented at that virtual meeting, it seemed a reasonable request. Well, obviously, that request was denied. It's hard, again, to not be critical of the process when you find yourself here at this point. And I've been told that, no, we cannot have any more community meetings, even though only one family was represented at the community meeting. And by the way, I did go around and start to collect signatures, a petition from my neighborhood. However, I know that there are people even in McIntyre, which is the neighborhood next to us, and even more communities in the area would be interested in this and might have something to say. Anyway, there are several people that would have come to this hearing tonight, except for the short notice and the fact that this process, most of us got the letter on Monday. It's tough. Most of the people told me that they were working, but they did sign the petition. So these are some of the issues that the citizens of Gatewood neighborhood are concerned with. The area named in the petition is approximately 5 acres, of wooded land tucked between two neighborhoods, Gatewood and McIntyre. The Reams Road frontage spans approximately 700 feet between the two entrances of Secretariat Drive, which is our entrance, and Pressbury Boulevard, which has been mentioned. The proposed rezoning would encompass that space and include an entrance of their own. 700 feet for three entrances. Reams Road is already really congested. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this area, but it's really congested. Many times it's difficult to just pull out if you're making a left out of our neighborhood or any time that you're making a turn against the traffic. Traffic will be an even bigger problem with this proposed rezoning. In fact, the area covering approximately 2 to 3 miles of Reams Road and North Lake Center Parkway includes about 16 multifamily subdivisions already. However, this is the interesting part, there are only 3 single-family home neighborhoods in the same area. 2 of which have been in existence for over 19 years, and as I mentioned earlier, mine is 28 years. The third neighborhood includes some apartment living too, so it's the mixed community that I think that was mentioned. All of the development in this area, including the businesses along the road, adds up to a lot of congestion and traffic, obviously. So it would be nice to see some more single-family homes. I've been hoping that for years. It keeps, nothing against apartments. They're awesome, and I've lived in an apartment myself many years ago, but owner-occupied is, people have an investment in where they live, they care. We have a lot of people renting that care as well, but I just think that it would help the area to have more single-family homes. Another, and this is what the rezoning is proposing, going to multifamily. Another very big concern is the fact that Gatewood will be stripped of all of its frontage on Reams Road and our only buffer from the road. This tiny area will lose approximately 85% of the tree cover. The loss of these trees would be devastating for people on Secretariat Drive, Fetlock Court, Nettle Drive, and Pastern Court. Gatewood is a very small neighborhood with about 90 houses and only 6 streets or cul-de-sacs. This rezoning would adversely affect more than 66% of our little neighborhood. And by the way, it would also take away the little community of owls that lives in this wooded area that will be taken away. I understand and I acknowledge and respect the job that Charlotte Planning has. I understand that it is their job to put communities and citizens first in the difficult undertaking of planning, design, and development. I also understand that their job is to create great places while sustaining the natural environment. None of these ideals can be achieved if this rezoning petition is approved. And speaking of great places, most single-family neighborhoods have some type of buffer from the road that they are situated on. Gatewood will essentially have no buffer at our only entrance and exit to and from the neighborhood. This fact will certainly affect the attractiveness and the value of our community, as well as this short stretch of Reams Road. There will simply be too much stuffed into an already small space. Finally, Finally, there is the fact that a lot has changed in our area in a fairly short amount of time. There are some areas that have yet to achieve their potential. Let's slow down. Many would even say that some of these areas are struggling. If you all know this area of Charlotte, you know that we're struggling. Some examples of areas that are struggling are North Lake Mall, North Lake West Shopping Center, and yes, even the new Long Creek Greenway that's got some problems already. I don't want to be critical. I understand that it was necessary because of the creek and everything, but there's some issues that need to be addressed, maybe some money that would be needed to address some of these issues. I don't know. I'm not the planner. Development is so important for a thriving community, and overdevelopment can obviously wreak havoc. It would be nice to invest in what we already have before building more. This proposed tiny development of multifamily attached units is just not worth the detrimental effects of its environment, traffic, density patterns, the community as a whole, and its surroundings. I also want to mention, when I said areas struggling, we have panhandlers up at the corner of Reams Road and Harris Boulevard every single day. We have people begging. We have all kinds of people up there. And it's not been addressed by city council, by police, anything. We've made phone calls, and it's Several citizens that I'm aware of have made phone calls about this. So, in conclusion, I'd like to say that every resident that I had a chance to speak with agrees with the thoughts that I have expressed here today. Given more time, I'm comfortable saying that the entire neighborhood of Gatewood and many of the surrounding areas would be in agreement. I'm very comfortable with saying that. We just didn't have the heads up, and we didn't have the community meeting that was required.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. Mr. Holcomb and Mr. Bowman.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it's clear that we did take the list of adjacent property owners provided by the planning staff, did our mailing, and anytime we do a mailing, we make sure if any are returned, they go in the folder. We only had one couple that joined the meeting. The wife asked about 7 or 8 questions. It's in the neighborhood meeting notes. And then I asked them, you know, were they okay with everything? And the husband goes, I know who you guys are. I work on your copier. So he's seen the developments. We actually live in one of our offices in Vermillion in our own neighborhood. And we're very used to having neighborhoods that combine not just single-family housing, but then townhomes and then multifamily. It's that mixed use that probably you're going to see North Lake Mall go to eventually if it's going to survive. It's going to be going through changes over the next 20 or 30 years. So we think this is a perfect transition from the single family to townhomes and then apartments on the other side of the street, and making that connectivity to the mall, to the Greenway, available not only for our residents, but also for McIntyre and Gatewood to have that sidewalk on that side of the street. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions from the council?
I have one question.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is actually for the petitioner. It was just mentioned regarding concern of basically the clear cutting of the trees, removing their buffer around the current development. Did you have any comments to what was just shared with us?
There's going to be a buffer adjacent to all the single-family property owners. Can you show that to them?
Yes. So the plan here shows a type C buffer that would be required between what is townhomes to the existing single-family residential neighborhood. In addition, it might be a little hard to see on the screen, but the darker green is tree save, so we meet the city's ordinance on the tree save requirements of this development. In addition, the buffer along Reams Road, there's a 30-foot landscape buffer that's proposed along Reams Road. And then this property only has frontage on Reams Road, so the only access point to this property is along Reams Road regarding access. And again, we are working with CDOT as how that access looks and the turn lane associated with it and the widening of Reams Road on our side of the road and the buffered bike lane that's associated with it as well.
Thank you. Mr. Petition, I would reiterate what I've said on the previous. Here's possibly that opportunity. What we as a council have committed to and what we've told the community of residents is agent in place as well as maintaining neighborhood continuity. It would be helpful prior to this coming back before us, having an update on what is the area plan, as well as how do we really see this falling into our potential goals when we note that this is inconsistent. That information will be very helpful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Any other comments, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question for the petitioner. Does the entrance to the development have to be on Reams Road, or is an entrance on Pressbury Boulevard an option?
We pursued that option, and again, it's a strip there to prevent us from accessing there. And we couldn't get any, I can't remember if the neighbor had an HOA, but it was going to take probably everybody in the neighborhood to sign to allow us to access through there. And, you know, that's an impossibility these days.
I understand. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Do we have a motion to close?
So move.
Second. All in favor, raise your hands. Any opposed? All right, the next item is item 38, approximately 17 acres located at the southwest intersection of Old Statesville and Gibbon. It's in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential and general industrial. Conditional multifamily residential is proposed and conditional as well. Staff recommends approval of this, and we have no opposition in this case. So we'll hear from the staff and then Ms. Grant.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-034, 17.3 acres at the intersection of Old Statesville Road and Gibbon Road. Existing zoning is I-2 conditional and then R3 in that portion in yellow on the back. The proposed zoning is to combine that into an R17 multifamily conditional. Adopted place types from the policy map shows the areas partly commercial, partly neighborhood 1. You do have some manufacturing logistics in the area as well, so a mix of potential future land uses. Proposal is for up to 208 multifamily units, mainly along Statesville and that immediate portion of Gibbon where it intersects. And then as you get further down Gibbon Road, would be a proposal for 32 townhome-style units. That would total out to 240 units across the site. Access to the site would be from Old Statesville Road as well as Gibbon Road. 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along Gibbon Road and Old Statesville Road are being proposed on the plan. Also an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along both public streets A and B. Those would be built through the site to provide some future connectivity. Does reserve space for the Mecklenburg County easement for the future Seam Trail. Also provides a 50-foot buffer between the site and adjacent single-family neighborhood there along the south. And then does commit to open space with landscaping, seating areas, hardscape elements, and also provides multifamily and townhome architectural standards for things like building materials and other elements. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Outstanding issues related to transportation and site design still need to be resolved. It's inconsistent with the commercial and neighborhood 1 place type. Again, staff feels that the increase in variety of housing along Old Statesville, we do have transportation access along Old Statesville Road, does provide for some of that justification to put this as housing versus commercial, particularly as we transition to a little bit of a lower density product as you get further down Gibbon Road towards where it gets to be a little bit more single family. And we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Again, Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight representing rowers. I'm here with Kevin Sturgeon and Logan Schmidt. We are also working with Kelsey Storbridge with the design side of things. Dave did a phenomenal job describing the site benefits and amenities. Rowers is an experienced multifamily developer, and they are anticipating multifamily development on this site. So as Dave mentioned, we're providing access to the site off of Old Statesville as well as Gibbon Road. We also have 2 different future connections that are available when adjacent developments occur. We did identify the side of the site for townhomes to transition between the busy intersection going back into the single-family area. And most importantly, we've set aside that trail right-of-way through the center of the site for the future dedication to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec for the Seam Trail. I know you have a long night ahead of you, so with no opposition, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions for the petitioner?
Motion
Or
close
for the
public hearing.
staff? Ms.
Second.
Mayfield? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for the petitioner. Right on the side of this that's currently commercial, what is currently on part of this land? Since this is just a carve out, what's on the back side of that? And I can't see it on here.
South on Statesville Road, there's some
Right.
additional vacant parcels.
Right, so if it's off of Statesville, part of this site, and then it goes over to Gibbon that
Yes.
you're carving out, what's on the back side, the part that's still on Old Statesville?
I think there are some commercial sites further south on Old Statesville, but not near the intersection. There are vacant parcels between Gibbon and Statesville, transitions to vacant, and then it transitions to some commercial uses.
So I'm going to ask for staff, if you have access to, through the slides, to go back. Up. This.
This one?
Okay. So what we're carving out is what's currently I-2 going into the residential. That's off of Gibbon Road, correct?
Correct. It's the I-2 with a portion of R3.
Right. So the B2 conditional, what is currently there?
I'm not sure I can answer that.
Okay,
in the
because
current use.
I'm trying to understand if we're looking at a potential proposal of carving out a piece of this for multifamily. I'm trying to see what's immediately, since it's manufacturing and logistics directly across the street, it's business on the sides. I'm trying to get a better understanding of if we're going to put residential, and we're thinking about quality of life as well as walkability and accessibility, what is closest to it? If it's listed as commercial, is there a current building, facility, manufacturing, what's there? You can bring that information back unless you know it, David.
So it looks like just on Street View, which is from November of this year, there's a small office that looks like it's a facility maintenance and management office. And then next to that is a dialysis location. It looks like more office uses on that B2 component.
So again, for the record, we're looking at something that essentially is inconsistent. Here's the opportunity for us to really look at what is our plan as we grow. Fast forward a couple of years from now, this particular project, if there are concerns, whether those concerns are environmental concerns or noise-related concerns, it's council that the community and the residents are going to be contacting. So if we can have some different ideas and conversations today before approving yet another project that's connected to office, it will be helpful to get a better understanding, and it will be helpful if council, in collaboration and partnership with city staff, can help direct you all in the development community a lot better, because the backside of it, I can possibly see because it's connected to the neighborhood. That front end that is heavily commercial and business, that's the part I have a concern about as far as what could the potential impact be to the residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any further questions?
Motion
Move to close.
Second.
Motion to close and a second. All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, Ms. Grant, I think you can stay here, right? Petition 2022-41 by BVDB Properties for approximately 5.6 West
Item
Side.
39.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong, reading the one. Item 39, yes. BVD Properties, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
For approximately 5.6 acres on Statesville and Sunset, east of 70 in District 2. Its current zoning is a community center and neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is general business conditional. Staff recommends approval of the petition, and Ms. Grant will also represent the petitioner.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-041, it's 5.68 acres off Statesville and Sunset Road, existing commercial center. Zoning is currently CC for that commercial center, and then B1 for neighborhood business just on that small sliver that connects back up to Sunset Road. Proposed zoning is for B2 conditional. We'll get into that in just a moment. Adopted future land use from the 2040 policy map does recommend commercial for the majority of this site and the surrounding area. The proposal is a condition that really just focuses on transportation elements. This petition was originally proposed as just a conventional petition to clean up some of the existing CC zoning that carried some old conditions from the approval. I can't remember exactly when that approval was granted, but it's an older plan. So rather than go through the conditions of uses and everything, we looked at the petition, and our main concerns focused around transportation elements. So the proposal itself is really proposing 4 different transportation provisions. One is proposed 3 southbound right turn lanes on Statesville Road, propose an eastbound right turn lane on Sunset Road, construct a median along Sunset Road to restrict left turn movements by extending the existing pedestrian island to the west, and then modifies pavement markings to reflect right in and right out turns. If we have additional questions on the specifics of some of those transportation provisions, I'm sure CDOT will be able to walk through those with you. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for a commercial place type, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Ms. Grant, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. We appreciate your time again tonight. I'm here on behalf of BBB Properties. As Dave mentioned, a lot of this was just about doing a site plan cleanup. There's a long history on this site. It was originally zoned back in 2006 for 41 acres to allow a grocery store with out parcels. In 2020, we rezoned a large portion of the site to allow industrial uses, which is very consistent with what's being developed along the corridor. So we essentially have about 5 acres of land on the frontage that we're seeking to clean up and allow uses that are consistent with the adopted land use plan. But having us do this in a conditional nature allows us to preserve all of those transportation commitments that we've made over the years. We've had NCDOT and CDOT reaffirm that these are the types of transportation improvements that need to happen as some of these out parcels are developed. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Grant?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion has been properly second. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to item number 40, rezoning petition 2022
There were 2 opposed over there.
There were? Somebody's opposed? No.
No.
That's all right.
It was a timing issue. I saw it as well, though. I confirm that occurred.
That's right. Their hands were up after you said opposed, so.
Rezoning petition, well,
Is there a
I'll leave
reason?
that up to the clerk.
You guys were against that?
Rezoning petition 2022-047 by Joseph Leland, which is approximately .28 acres located on the west side of Eastway Drive, south of Arnold Drive, north of Central Avenue, in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is R4 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is O2 office conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design and transportation and technical revisions related to land use and site design. We do have opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-047, and it's .28 acres on Eastway. It's on the west side of Eastway Drive. It's just south of Arnold Drive, just north of Central Avenue. Current zoning is R4. You can see some R22 just to the north. Proposed zoning is for an office district conditional. The adopted place type for the area is Neighborhood 1. Proposal would be to allow the existing 938 square foot structure to remain and be used as either a single-family home or be converted for an office use. There is a 408 square foot detached garage that's proposed to remain as well. Does propose the trees in the rear, which would be about 30 feet in width for the tree save area. Paves the driveway and concrete pad for parking. The site plan shows parking in front of the building, outside of the setback, and then parking would also be included behind the structure. Vehicular driveway would continue to be provided off of Eastway Drive, and also required buffers would be installed along property lines abutting the single-family uses as well as the multifamily. Well, excuse me, it's just both single-family on either side. Bless you. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues with site and building design and transportation to work through, as well as some technical revisions for land use and site design. It is inconsistent with the policy wrap recommendation. I will say the Neighborhood 1 district does allow for office uses, but primarily they would be on a scale of, I think, up to a certain square footage. I'll have to look at the exact number and get that for you. So it wouldn't be entirely inconsistent with the Neighborhood 1 place type outcome, but typically those are for newer office-type buildings versus some adaptive reuse. But again, staff didn't feel like it was an inappropriate transition of this existing single-family home into a potential office use with limited traffic. So we'd be happy to take any questions you may have following presentations by both the petitioner and members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph Leland, you have 10 minutes, if you so wish.
Okay. I'm Joe Leland. I bought the property at 2718 Eastway Drive. Right now, it's just a little brick house on a quarter-acre lot. Doesn't make a good residential property because the traffic on Eastway Drive is pretty intense. So it makes a much better office than it does a residential property. We have a small real estate business. We generate very little traffic. We generate very little noise, very little impact in the neighborhood, except where we could help people in finding houses. Basically, like he said, we're just doing a little bit of minor remodeling on the interior, adding concrete driveway, adding wooden fence as a buffer, and adding a concrete walkway going from the front door to the sidewalk. And that is basically it. Since I have 10 minutes, I wanted to thank somebody. Dante Anderson. You may recognize my name in 2718 Eastway Drive. Some guy crashed his car into the utility pole next to my house and broke it in half. And as it hung over Eastway Drive, I couldn't get anybody to do anything about it. I called the police. I called the fire. I even had those guys come around, the code enforcement guys, and they were like harassing people about leaving their garbage cans out.
Yeah, sorry, we have to keep the comments about the land use.
All right, well, anyway,
It doesn't have to use.
AT&T does nothing. No one is responsible for public safety. If you don't like that, then do something about it, please. But Dante Anderson got my pole taken out after 3 months.
Yeah.
Thank you. You probably saved somebody's life. And that's it. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We do have a speaker in opposition, Nancy Pierce. Nancy Pierce, you have 10 minutes, if you so wish.
Talk about this. Or Dante. Or Dante, that's always eligible. Yeah.
Dante, that's your commercial.
Yes. He captured that.
Okay. All right, members of council and zoning committee, thank you for this time. My name is Nancy Pierce. I live in Mary Oaks, a small neighborhood at the intersection of Central Avenue and Eastway Drive. We have about 500 houses and about 1,000 naturally occurring affordable apartment units. Since our neighborhood association was created in the mid-1990s, we have had 3 priorities: protect the Briar Creek watershed, improve ped-bike connectivity, and, relevant to this petition, protect a residential mix on the neighborhood perimeter. Mr. Leland's property is one of 11 small brick houses all in a row, zoned R4, along Eastway Drive on the eastern boundary of the neighborhood. He told us that he purchased the property this past February with the intention of getting it rezoned to use for a real estate office. When the UDO goes into effect on June 1st, that row of 11 small brick homes will become a Neighborhood 1B zoning district as called for in the 2040 plan, to which we provided input. It'll be eligible for triplexes with a density bonus for adding homes affordable to people making 80% AMI or less. 8 neighbors looked at this rezoning petition. One thinks that office use of the house would be okay, placeholder, until it can be developed as townhomes. The other 7 think it's a bad precedent to spurn the intent of the 2040 plan when there's no compelling public benefit. We don't think office zoning should be granted in the middle of an otherwise residential section. We fear there will be a domino effect until all of those little houses are rezoned for office, as has occurred farther north on Eastway Drive, with considerable destabilizing consequences to the neighborhood. This section is an ideal location for mixed-income townhomes, as mapped out in the 2040 plan. It's a quarter-mile walk to Central Avenue, the city's busiest bus corridor, and to a planned CityLink's Gold Line stop. As a result of our advocacy, a pedestrian hybrid beacon will be installed there next year, so neighbors who currently run or roll along Eastway Drive dodging heavy traffic will have safe access to Kilbourne Park and northbound bus stops. This row of 11 houses also backs up to CMS Mary Oaks Elementary Campus, which has a joint use agreement with Park and Rec, again driven by neighborhood advocacy. The soccer fields, playgrounds, basketball courts, and walking trails are heavily used by our neighbors who live in the nearby apartments. I tell you all this to demonstrate that our little neighborhood has a long history of monitoring land use decisions to ensure that they're in the best long-term interest of all our neighbors. We oppose this rezoning, but we've also asked for two conditions. And Mr. Leland has agreed to these, he will conform to UDO exterior lighting standards for offices, i.e. no floodlights. No floodlights. Number two, and I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to you all, floodlights are growing like kudzu in our community and they're awful. Just saying. And number two, he'll limit parking to one space in front with additional parking in the back if City Council does vote to approve. But we're asking you, in the interest of maintaining the intent and purposes of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, we're asking you to not approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Mr. Leland, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Land use issue.
Well, I obviously think it makes a better office than I do a residential property. And I've already agreed that I would do the lighting per the UDO. And also I would limit the parking in the front to one spot and the rest of the parking would be in the back. So I don't know what more I could say.
So, can I ask?
This all came up at the community meeting. So.
Well, that's good. Thank you very much. Ms. Ajmira?
Yeah, so that addresses both of your requests. So did I hear you say that you addressed both requests from Ms. Pierce?
Yeah, she asked me to,
No.
the lighting and the parking.
parking. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing she's unhappy about is the fact that it's low-cost housing going to business. And, you know, I understand that, but it really doesn't make a good residential property. I'm in property management, so I have rental properties, and it would be hard for me to rent this as a residential property. I know there's rental houses on either side of me, and they get rented, but it's probably not that easy.
Okay. So it looks like your requests have been addressed. So would this be part of our notes?
The conditions that?
Yes,
Yeah,
conditions.
so they would resubmit after this hearing later, I guess with the holiday, it'd be due late this week or beginning of next, and they would incorporate the conditions and commitments from that.
Okay, so those conditions will be in front of us before the adoption next month?
Yeah, they should be in front of zoning committee as well.
Ms. Anderson next.
I'm sorry?
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank
Ms.
you.
Anderson?
I just wanted to, hi, Mr. Leland. I'm glad we were able to take care of your issue. I want to just confirm, Ms. Pierce, that you had an opportunity to have a discussion at the community meeting, because our notes show that no one attended the community meeting.
I had a second.
That was addressed to Ms.
Right.
Pierce.
Yeah, let Ms. Pierce.
We did not get a notice of the first community meeting. I think it was an honest error on his part. He didn't apparently go to the next page of the directions that listed my name as the neighborhood contact. So we had no idea until I got the notice of the public hearing that was supposed to be last month. So he held the hearing was postponed until today, and we had a meeting, which 2 people attended, and we had a couple days' notice. So I understand that was an honest mistake. And to your point, Ms. Ajmira, yes, we did. I mean, we're in the curious position of opposing the rezoning, but if y'all approve it, because after all, you know, planning did recommend it, we don't know what the planning committee will do, but we're in the awkward position of having to say, well, if you do approve it, at least give us this.
Fine.
But we still don't think it's a good idea. We think it's a slippery slope.
So Ms. Pierce, I just want to be clear, because Mr. Leland is saying there's been multiple community meetings, and there's only been one where 2 neighborhood members could attend?
Yeah.
The first meeting we weren't told about. The second meeting was only a few days warning, and we had 2 people attend.
So the initial community meeting, when we send out our mailing list, there's two separate sheets that go out, one with adjacent property owners in 300 feet, and then one with neighborhood contacts within a mile. And it sounded, from what we looked at, it looked like maybe that second tab of the neighborhood contacts within a mile of the site wasn't used in the mailing, so they didn't get the official community meeting notice, and that's why we deferred last month, so Mr. Leland could reach back out and meet with them directly and talk to them about the project, since they didn't attend that first community meeting.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Leland, we just have some rules that we have to go by, and if you're not asked a question directly, you can't respond. So, Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, you acknowledged Councilmember Anderson, and she addressed it because it looks like that there was an additional question.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Leland, you made a comment that on both sides of your property, they are rental properties, correct?
Yes.
So why do you think it'll be a challenge to rent your property?
The tenants there are just, I mean, I've had properties on streets like that, and it's hard to find people there. So I find that on certain properties that it's hard to find people, you can get tenants in, but they don't tend to stay very long. You can get tenants in, but they don't tend to pay very well. And you really can't make enough money on the rent to pay the mortgage. So, I mean, the guys that are renting the house probably have owned it for, I don't know, 20 years. I've got a lot of rental houses in the area that I bought for 60 grand. You know, and they've had them for 20 years, so you can imagine I owe like basically nothing on them. So it's easy for me to rent a house for $600. But if I'm renting a house that I'm paying $1,000 mortgage on, and I'm renting it for $800, is, you know, I can't do that.
Follow up, Mayor Pro Tem.
Of course.
So do you have a business client already in mind for that location?
Me?
Okay.
I have a real estate company.
Property
You'll
management.
use that.
Yeah, we had an office. They decided to repurpose the office. We were thrown out of that. I have a temporary office on Elizabeth Avenue. And as soon as I clear this up, I'm going to move into this office.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Bakari?
Dave, N1B is the translation zoning? Is that the same as the alignment zoning, or is there a different alignment zoning for the next phase?
We're going through that evaluation now on what potential alignments would be, but translation would be N1B, yeah.
Does the 2040 comp plan call for that to be something else potentially in alignment, or does it stay N1?
Right now, it's just a neighborhood one, and it would go to N1B. If it's slated for some other N1C or D, we'd have to take a look just based on some of the frontage requirements and other things that are being looked at
Based on what
now.
you know
Right.
now, there isn't some
there's-
other steps secondarily. N1 is what we can expect.
Right.
So what, I don't know if I'm reading improperly between the lines or not. For something that was kind of just done and revisited in that front, why is it something you guys would get behind for an office use now?
Yeah, it's, you know, these are challenging ones for us as well. I think we looked, initially we had one on Providence Road not too long ago that was a little bit similar, where you had neighborhood one and you had some multifamily close by, and they wanted to convert to a greenfield site to a brand-new office facility, and that was something that, we felt comfortable given the location along a major thoroughfare that maybe wasn't good for potential residential infill. In this one, we felt that the retention of the existing home and just converting that to an office and not doing a full redo of the site helped to at least maintain some of that residential character with a pretty low-impact use of just a real estate office. So that was part of our, thought process in going through that. I know the neighborhood one district does allow some neighborhood commercial if it's existing at the date of the UDO effective date. So as of June 1, if you have an existing business, you can maintain that as a neighborhood commercial business, which would include an office. So, again, there's some parallels to it being within neighborhood one, but I think mainly our focus was the retention of that existing home, and we're not looking at a brand new office building that would look, completely out of character in place with some of the surroundings.
All right, yeah, because that is a little odd to see, but I'll trust y'all's judgment on that.
Okay, move to close.
Second. Any discussion on that motion to close? Please second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you. Move on to item number 41, rezoning petition 2022-056 by Mark Plot Incorporated, located on approximately 1.27 acres at the southeast intersection of Benfield and Ridge Road, north of Interstate 485 in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R3 single-family residential and community center, and the proposed zoning is B1 neighborhood business conditional. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. There are no speakers in opposition, so after staff, the petitioners will have 3 minutes. Mr. Patton, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. 2020, I believe it's 2021-056, or is it 2022?
2022.
Yeah, sorry, the slide says 2021. So it's 2022-056. It's 1.27 acres off Ridge Road in Benfield, just across from Summer Creek Lane. Currently zoned R3 in Commercial Center, and then the proposed zoning is for B1 conditional. Adopted place type is a mix of both community activity center and then the portion that's currently zoned R3, you can see that carried that neighborhood 1 recommendation rather than rounding out some of that community activity center all the way up to Benfield. The proposal is for up to a 4,400 square foot outdoor seasonal sales farmers market. Access would be provided by an entrance on Benfield Road and then a driveway that would connect there to Bryce Knoll Lane. It does dedicate 57 feet of right-of-way to the future alignment of Highland Shops Drive, and also commits to a 22.5-foot buffer and fence between the site and church and preschool. That's indicated there in green. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have outstanding issues related to transportation to be resolved. It's inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type, but consistent with the community activity center place type. Again, I think you got some carryover from the existing zoning activity center, just rounded out through that entire area up to Benfield. So again, staff did feel it was a beneficial petition for the community as far as establishing a seasonal sales farmers market in this area. And again, we do recommend approval upon resolutions of those issues, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cindy Reed, Mark Plot, Jamie Plot, and Colt Plot. You have 3 minutes together.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I'm Cindy Reed with the Urban Law Group. Thank you for listening to us tonight, and I'm here on behalf of Farm Fresh Market. I have the owners here with me also, Mark, Jamie, and Cole. Outdoor seasonal sales is what we're proposing for this site. It's 1.27 acres. The current zoning is R3CC, and we're requesting a rezoning to B1CD. There's our rezoning timeline. I'm sure you're familiar with that. You probably already know what outdoor seasonal sales are, but we've got some nice pictures for you, and I'd like for you to see and be excited about what we're bringing to the neighborhood. It's fresh produce, flowers and plants, Christmas trees, pumpkins, homemade breads, pies, and jams. The applicants are here with me tonight. As I've already said, it's a family-owned and operated business. It's been in business since 1970, starting in Kannapolis, and they have 5 locations in Cabarrus in Mecklenburg County, and it's a 4th-generation business. I won't go back over what Dave said. It's located east of Benfield Road and south of Ridge Road. And the surrounding zoning, you can't see it very well from here, but it's got some CC zoning, R3. And then the site plan is 4,400 square feet with 1 open air area and 2 shade areas. And the shade cloth are just the cloths that have to go over the plants and vegetables to keep them from burning in the sun. There'll be a 22.5-foot buffer with a fence between this site and the adjacent R3 site. There will be access right turn off of Benfield Road and also access off of Bryce Knoll Road. And the parking exceeds what the ordinance requires. Again, I've gone over those project details here also. 18 parking spaces required. We're providing 21. The dumpster and the cooling area will be screened. And then there will be a 6-foot sidewalk along Benfield Road frontage. And I circled this because I wanted you to see what a shade cloth looks like. That's a shade cloth, and this is a photo from one of their existing sites. It fits in with the Prosperity Hucks area plan because it provides fresh produce for the community, easy to access, and also provides an opportunity for community engagement. Again, here are some photos from their current site. It's beautiful. And I'm here to answer any questions if you had any questions. And Mark, Jamie, and Cole are also here to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Closed. Thank you, guys.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 42, rezoning petition 2022-057 by Madame Homes, located on approximately 21.5 acres on the west side of Old Plank Road, east of Brookshire Boulevard, and west of Dale Avenue in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is R4 single-family residential and I1 light industrial. The proposed zoning is R8 multifamily residential conditional. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment. This petition does have opposition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown, you'll have 10 minutes. Mr. Patton.
All right, thank you. 2022-057 is about 21.5 acres off Old Plank Road, just east of Brookshire Boulevard and west of Dale Avenue. It's currently zoned R4 and I1, and the proposed zoning is for R8 multifamily conditional. Adopted place type, you can see majority neighborhood 1. You have some manufacturing logistics on the backside of the property where the existing industrial use is. The proposal is for up to 100 single-family attached townhome units. That comes in just over 5 dwelling units per acre. 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Old Plank Road is proposed, as well as a 5-foot bike lane along that frontage as well. Does provide a left turn lane on Old Plank Road at the proposed site access points A and B. Each of those turning lanes would provide 100 feet of storage. Does propose 2 stub connections along the west and south sides for future connectivity. Also commits to coordinating with Mecklenburg County Park and Rec to dedicate and convey a future 1-acre park site, as well as providing a 50-foot Class C buffer to abutting residential uses. Architectural standards have been provided for the townhome units as well, which includes things like raised entrances, roof design, exterior building materials, and garage doors. Also, buildings will be limited to a maximum of 4 units per building. Again, staff does recommend approval. Do have issues related to transportation and environment to work through. We are inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type, but feel that the low density of the project and the variety of housing types are something that we continue to see and provide a need for inventory in the area. So we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by the petitioner as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I'm sure you'll take care of everybody else. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Madame Homes. I think you all know Madame, one of the leading home builders in the area, especially in infill townhomes, which is what we're talking about here. Site off of Old Plank Road, but great access to 16, quick access into uptown. North of the site, of course, we've got everything going on Mount Holly Huntersville Road. So good access to uptown, as well as some employment, shopping, and retail in the area. This is, you can see, just on the edge of the city of Charlotte before you move into the ETJ. And as Dave mentioned, over 20 acres, so good site. A portion of the site is actually zoned industrial because you've got heavier uses sitting here on the Brookshire. As we transition, we think this makes a pretty good buffer. You'll see we've got a lot of green space, open space on this site as we transition into a more traditional single-family neighborhood. Area plan recommendations are for neighborhood 1 on the site that we're talking about. This is a pretty low-density residential project, so we think we're pretty consistent with that. This is what we talked about in the 2040 plan, kind of looking for this missing middle housing. As Dave mentioned, Madame has committed to not have more than 4 units in the building, so it kind of has that quadplex feel. If you can see, this is the current version of our plan. We're looking at some modifications. in this version of the plan, we're under 5 dwelling units per acre with the inclusion of a park to go to Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. That is the colored up version. So you can see here, good separation between the industrial uses here. So we've got open spaces. This version of the plan had the potential park here. I'm going to show you a different one that we're working on. Some updated wetlands information has caused us to update our plan a bit. We've moved the park site here. It actually gets a little bit bigger. We've got some off-street parking that works, and then you can see the buildings set up here in groupings of 4. We had a community meeting, had a fairly good attendance of that. There is a speaker in opposition who I've not spoken with, so I don't know what his concerns will be. I believe that speaker owns the property here to the south, so I'm happy to hear his comments. I do think some of the positives, you can see this updated version of the plan here. We only have 2 buildings along that property line, have some buffering. We do have a stub connection as our ordinance requires. But after this meeting, I'll be happy. We've kind of heard this theme of hearing from neighbors. Like I said, we had a community meeting. I didn't speak with this. I don't know that they attended. So I'll be happy to follow up with this meeting, and we can talk about what's going on along that property line and see if there's anything that we can do to address their concerns. We did provide some conceptual renderings in here, pretty consistent with what Mattamy has done throughout the area. And I guess I'll pause there. I know we got a lot on the agenda tonight. We'll hear from the other speaker, and I'll do my best to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Joe Fickling, yes, you have 10 minutes when you make your way down to the lectern.
Good evening. How are y'all doing? I am the property owner to the south that has the 3.25 acres there. Not really in opposition to what is going on. I understand the game plan. Looks like they have a nice neighborhood drawn up. Just kind of seems to be going with the theme tonight, and it's the infrastructure problems that I feel like that we're going to have an issue with. Old Plank Road is what I consider an old rural road. A lot of on the west side of the road, there's no right-of-way owned by the city of Charlotte, so those property owners own to the center line of the road, and it's just a very narrow road. School buses have to slow down to pass each other on that road. The cars, us that live there, you're constantly hitting your side view mirrors on tree limbs overhanging the roads. And before we approve, the zoning committee approves another neighborhood on Old Plank Road with another couple hundred cars that are going to be traveling on this road. I just feel like that, you know, like many people have said before me, kind of need to hit the pause button a little bit and figure out how we're going to get the road, you know, to the standards that it needs to be at to accommodate the new traffic that's going to be on it. With Mattamy Homes project that's coming in down at the Old Plank Road and the Brookshire Boulevard intersection, there was just a neighborhood that was approved that's probably halfway through development now that's got another couple hundred homes in it there as well. So, you know, we're probably looking at an uptick of 500-800 cars on that road per day just because of the new zoning that's going into effect. And like I said, I don't really oppose what Mattamy Homes is doing. I just feel like the city of Charlotte owes it to the residents that live there to address the issues that are going on with the existing infrastructure and what these rezoning approvals are going to do to that and the burden that it's going to put onto those residents that already live there.
Thank you very much. It says it will bring it up to 715 trips per day, just to let you know. 715. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Yes. So, of course, we will be doing improvements to our frontage of Old Plank Road. As you've heard tonight, we can only control what's in our front. So expanding that, I think we're including on-street bike lanes as well as sidewalks. I believe CDOT's numbers on this will show that the townhome plan would generate fewer trips than a single-family plan, I believe by 150 fewer trips. But don't disagree with everything we said tonight about future infrastructure. So thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions or comments from council?
Move to close.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing public hearing? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 43. Rezoning petition 2022-060 by Providence Group Capital for approximately 5.9 acres located on the west side of South Boulevard and east side of Old Pineville Road, north of East Woodlawn Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-1 Light Industrial, and the proposed zoning is TODCC's Transit-Oriented Development Community Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers in opposition, so after Mr. Pettin goes, Ms. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-060, it's just under 6 acres between South Boulevard, stretching over towards Old Pineville Road. It is currently zoned I-1 Industrial, and the proposed zoning is for TODCC. You can see we've got some TODNC as well as some TOD just to the south adjacent to this property. It is recommended for a community activity center for this site, so continuing to build out along the blue line with activity center zoning, which TOD does support. The staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with that recommendation as mentioned for the Community Activity Center. It's within a half-mile walk of the Woodlawn Station, and that CC district can be applied to parcels within that half-mile walking distance. So this does fit with the guidelines of the TODCC district, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Providence Group Capital with this rezoning request. As Dave mentioned, just slightly under 6 acres located on South Boulevard, rezoning to TODCC consistent with the place type recommendation of Community Activity Center. The site will have access to both Old Pineville Road and South Boulevard. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Move close.
Second. Motion has been made and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We will move on to item number 44, rezoning petition 2022-061 by AHC Investment Group for approximately 2.21 acres bound by the south side of North Church Street and north side of North Tryon Street, and the east side of West 31st Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is I-2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is TOD Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers against, so after staff's presentation, Ms. Grant, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-061 is approximately 2.2 acres on North Tryon and West 31st Street. It is currently zoned I-2, General Industrial, and the proposed zoning as mentioned is TODNC. You can see TODNC just across North Tryon Street and a little bit further south down North Tryon as well. This is the innovation mixed use place type on the 2040 policy map. So generally TOD does provide some supportive uses for that IMU. There are some light industrial uses that could be envisioned in the innovation mixed use district, but primarily it's for some of these areas that are transitioning from some of those older industrial establishments into more mixed use places, and this particularly fits into that criteria. It is consistent with that recommendation. The NC district for TOD can be applied within 1 mile of a rapid transit station. This is about a 3/4 mile walk to the 36th Street station as well as the 25th Street station, both on the Lynx Blue line, so it does meet that applicability for TODNC, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Grant, you got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Bridget Grant with Moore Van Allen. It's a pleasure to be here tonight representing AHC Investments and Dan Broderick. Given the conventional nature of the site and the proximity and appropriateness that Dave described, I'll forego a presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from council?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly second. Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We will move on to item number 45, rezoning petition 2022-064 by Crossland Southeast, located on approximately 10.6 acres, bound by the south side of Central Avenue, the west side of Pecan Avenue, and the north side of East Independence Boulevard in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is B2 a general business with a pedestrian overlay, and the proposed zoning is general business with a pedestrian overlay option. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of a technical revision. There are no speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-064. The site in total is 8.6 acres along Central Avenue, as well as Pecan Avenue, just off East Independence Boulevard. This rezoning is not for the entirety of the site as a whole. We're looking at a specific area for an optional provision for a sign, which the petitioner can get into. Just wanted to let you know that the rezoning for the conditions are not anything related to the overall development, just mainly focused on some sign provisions for that master plan development there. As mentioned, it's B2 PED. The pedestrian overlay does allow for optional provisions, so this petition is for B2 PED optional. Again, that optional is primarily for some sign provisions, which we'll get into on the next slide after this. It is recommended for a community activity center place type, which is consistent overall with the ongoing development and redevelopment of that site. So the proposal itself is just, again, for these optional provisions to allow for the development of a rooftop sign on a building that is less than 30 feet in height. I think the building comes in around 27 or 28 feet, so we're just shy of that 30 feet in height. The petitioner, because it's in the PED overlay, does have the option to request that optional provision to ask for that sign to be on a building that doesn't meet that 30-foot height criteria. Staff didn't have any significant concerns with that. It does help in the overall placemaking for the project, and they do commit to satisfy all other ordinance requirements for the site. So again, we're just focused on one particular building area with a sign provision, and that is it. So staff does recommend approval. We do have a minor technical revision to get some clarification on that's being requested, but outside of that, we're comfortable with the petition. It is consistent with the Community Activity Center, and we'll take any questions you may have following Mr. Brown's presentation. Thank you.
I'll try to keep us moving quickly here. As Dave mentioned, this is just a request for a sign, and it is a roof sign. Interestingly, under our ordinance, you can have a roof sign on the top of a tall building, but not a short building, in a nutshell. So what you're looking at here is this is the, I don't know, it will be an adaptively reused building we'd like to put a roof sign on the top. And so interestingly, this is where the roof sign would be because it's so low, we're here before you. If we were putting the sign on top of the building, I think that would, on top of the tall building, I think that'd be okay, but we want to put it on the lower building. This has been received pretty well. Mr. Gussman was our only attendee at the community meeting from the Plaza Midward Association, so we hope to have their endorsement. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, Mr. Brown, why can't you hear a pterodactyl using the bathroom?
That is not a land use question.
The P is silent.
Out of order.
Oh, got her.
Any Ms. Anderson?
We have to get past the
I gotta
bad
deal
jokes
with.
tonight. Just a quick question. I guess I can ask Mr. Gussman as well, since he was in attendance of
I will answer your questions.
the meeting. The trips per day are jumping up close to effectively 10K.
What?
So
I'll default to CDOT off that if this exciting sign drives that many more trips, but there are no other changes to the plan.
Well, I think that it's the same zoning district. Yeah. So they're entitled for the same amount. It's just,
yes.
Okay.
Existing uses.
So the proposed zoning is jumping up to 15,725 trips per day. And that's the exact same as the existing entitlement? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I got you. Okay. That's the only question I had.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Now, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So just for clarification, why not put it on the top of the building? Is this just an aesthetic? We need to do a rezoning in order for us to
Mr. Brown
have
loves coming with his signs.
name. If you had put it on the top of the building, you wouldn't need a rezoning, but because of where it's located, we need to have a rezoning.
As an advocate of signs on tall buildings in the past, far be it from me to comment on sightliness of them. I don't know. I think this was important to integrate this sign into that adaptively reused building.
Okay.
It is more of the placemaking lower to the ground.
There'll be a news story or
Thank
two
you.
on it, I'm sure.
Move to close.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? No. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? We will move on to item number 46, rezoning petition 2022-067 by CC Fund 3 LLC for approximately 6.92 acres located on the southwest intersection of Sam Wilson Road and Wilkinson Boulevard, north of Old Dowd Road in the ETJ in County Commission District 2, Ms. Leake's district, and is closest to City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I2, a general industrial conditional, Lower Lake Wiley protected area, and B2, general business, Lower Lake Wiley protected area. The proposed zoning is TOD, transit-oriented development, neighborhood center, Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And there is no opposition. So after staff's presentation, Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. 2022-067, it's just under 16 acres, as mentioned, off Wilkinson Boulevard and Sam Wilson Road. It is currently zoned both B2 and I2. The I2 is a conditional district. The proposed requested zoning is for TOD NC. The adopted future place type is for innovation mixed use, similar to the request we had 2 petitions prior about the innovation mixed use and TOD applicability within that place type. I will say this is an area along the Silver Line. We do have provisions built into both the current TOD and the language in the UDO version of the TOD that really the only districts that would be applicable along that Silver Line, because it's just adopted and not funded, would be either TOD NC and I believe TOD TR. So we're still looking at the transit-oriented development along that corridor, but not really getting into unlocking some of the more intense TOD CC or UC districts along the Silver Line until that project receives some more direct funding. So that's why we're looking at the TOD NC district. Staff weighed a couple of different options. One was to do a potential mud district that mimicked all of the TOD NC requirements, but the applicability with the Silver Line there was also something that we looked at and felt the TOD NC wasn't entirely out of character, out of line for that location. So we do recommend approval. It is consistent with that innovation mixed-use place type, and it would be within a mile of a planned Sam Wilson Transit Station. And again, that TOD NC district is applicable within that 1 mile walkshed. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
I think this is the first time I've seen TOD in the ETJ, so very interesting. Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Carolina Capital Real Estate Partners. With me tonight and available to answer questions is Todd Harrison. As Dave mentioned, just over 15 acres at the corner of Sam Wilson and Wilkinson Boulevard. It is within close proximity to the Silver Line. It runs across the frontage. The TOD district will protect that right-of-way. The station is actually within a quarter mile of the site, so a good location for that type use near employment uses in the airport. Consistent with the place type, which allows the innovative district allows both commercial and non-residential uses. Again, as I mentioned, will protect a right-of-way, has access to the Silver Line, and currently also has access to CATS Route 35. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This question is for staff. Has council approved the Silver Line?
The MTC, so the Metropolitan Transit Commission, approved the alignment of the Silver Line. That's what the ordinance is based off of, is when that alignment gets adopted, or even if it gets changed and readopted, that's the alignment that we apply then from the TOD standpoint.
So the MTC has approved alignment, but Charlotte City Council has not approved any funding for.
Right, and that's where we get into that applicability of certain districts in TOD aren't allowed until we have funding, but certain districts would be because they're less intensive and they provide us a little bit of ability to get out in front of some of the TOD development. Also provides, as Mr. McVeigh mentioned, some right-of-way protection for the actual Silver Line. So if the alignment stays and comes through in that location, that right-of-way is already protected, and the city would be able to go ahead and use that right-of-way and work with the property owner to get through that, rather than have to go through an acquisition later where there might be a building or there might be something in the way of that right-of-way that increases the cost for that acquisition. So there's a couple of benefits to TOD on the Silver Line alignment that we have tools for now that kind of keep us out in front of some of that, whereas with the Blue Line we kind of had to play some catch up. So
So for the sake of consistency, I still would like for staff to step back now that we have approved TOD. We need to have a real conversation to look at the impact. There were some opportunities that were missed in language with TOD for the blue line as well as the extension of the blue line that I'm hoping is being considered for correction as we continue to grow TOD. For this particular conversation, it feels a bit like putting that cart before the horse when we still have not clearly identified, but opening the door to start rezoning areas without a clear understanding of what the plan is for that area is going to be difficult for me to move forward with. So it will be helpful if in our upcoming planning, we have some real conversations as a council body and as staff to make sure that we're on the same page with what we're letting the development community know is our goal for areas. Thank you.
I do think this is, like I said, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this, so it might be worth an update or some type of briefing on how we can apply TOD zoning districts in places that aren't even.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a conversation that we're certainly going to be carrying forward. We've got some areas along the Silver Line that are recommended for activity centers, so how do we treat some of those moving forward? You know, again, we want to try to be a little more out in front of it than we were in the past, but certainly understand that, you know, it's a different kind of look and feel to that approach. So we'll certainly try and get y'all up to speed as we work through some of those conversations.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion that's been made and properly second. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We'll move on to item number 47. Rezoning petition 2022-071 by MTB Holdings LLC, which is located on approximately 2.11 acres, located at the northeast intersection of East Exmoor Street and Nations Crossing Road, west of Old Pineville Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is TOD Transit-Oriented Development Community Center. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no speakers against. So, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes after Mr. Pettin's done with his staff presentation.
All right, thank you. 2022-071, it's 2.11 acres off Exmoor, Nations Crossing Road, just west of Old Pineville. Current zoning is for I-2, and the proposed zoning is TOD-CC. You can see that predominant CC district on Nations Crossing as well as south on Exmoor. Adopted future land uses for a community activity center on the 2040 policy map, so the TOD-CC district certainly fits in with that. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with that policy map recommendation. We are within a half-mile walk of the Woodlawn Station, so that CC district does apply here. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. As Dave mentioned, seems like a great location. Here's just an aerial. You see Woodlawn Station. We've got Scaly Bark Station to the north. Easy walk. 2 of the 4 corners already zoned to TOD-CC. So we think this would be a good fit, converting that heavy industrial zoning into TOD zoning to allow more transit-oriented uses in a great area.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion that's been made and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any against? That is unanimous. We will move on to item number 48. Rezoning petition 2022-072 by Hector Guadarrama, approximately 0.62 acres, located on the east side of Marmac Road, north of Tuckasegee Road, and west of Toddville Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential with airport noise overlay in the Lower Lake Wildlife Protected Area. The proposed zoning is R4, single-family residential with an airport noise overlay in the Lower Lake Wildlife Protected Area. Staff does recommend approval for this petition. I have no speakers for this, so
Petitioner's here, but is not planning on speaking. I did not represent him on the past.
Staff, you have 3 minutes.
happy
Oh, you
to
have
take it
as
away.
much time as you want.
Yeah,
And
well, so this 2022-072, it's 0.62 acres on Marmac Road, which is just north of the intersection with Tuckasegee. It is currently zoned R3. There is an airport overlay and Lake Wiley, or Lower Lake Wiley protected area overlay on that. The proposed zoning is just to take that from R3 to R4. Those two overlays with airport noise and Lower Lake Wiley protected area would, of course, carry forward. It is recommended for Neighborhood 1 for this general area, so the petition to go from R3 to R4 would certainly be consistent with that. It is a conventional petition, so there's no site plan, no conditions, no outstanding issues. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the Neighborhood 1 place type, and we'll certainly be happy to take any questions you may have. Again, we understand the petitioner is here, doesn't have a presentation, but if you have questions, they can certainly answer those as well. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Patton. Any questions or comments from council members?
Motion to close?
Second.
We have a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to item 49, which is our last public hearing of the night, rezoning petition 2022-165 by Winterwood Incorporated, located on approximately 10.3 acres on the south side of Milton Road and the west side of Barrington Drive, northwest of Sharon Amity Road, in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is I-1 light industrial and O-1 office, and the proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. There are no speakers against this, so after Mr. Pettin's presentation, Ms. Grant, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-165, approximately 10.09 acres, just off Milton and Barrington Drive. The existing zoning is both I-1 and O-1. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional, and the adopted place type is for neighborhood 2, so the petition and request would be consistent with that place type. The proposal is for up to 168 multifamily units. That comes in at about 16.65 dwelling units per acre. There are conditional notes that articulate a workforce housing program to ensure that at least 90% of the new residential units constructed on the site would be reasonably priced. For persons earning less than the median income for the area, it does also note the petitioner would ensure that the proposed affordable units would be on site for not less than 20 years and maintain monthly rents that are income restricted for households earning up to 80% of AMI. Of course, that's all subject to approval of tax credits and bonds from the State Housing Finance Agency. In the event that those tax credit and bonds are not approved, they could provide housing, market rate housing on the site instead of those listed as workforce housing. So it does limit building height to 56 feet. 16-foot setback would be proposed from future back of curb along Barrington Drive. It would be measured from the existing back of curb. Transportation improvements would include access from Barrington, as well as the dedication of right-of-way along Milton, 2 points of ingress and egress from Barrington Drive, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along both Barrington and Milton. Architectural standards relate to building materials, minimum frontage requirements, modulations, architectural bases, limitations on blank walls, et cetera, would be provided as well. Open space and amenity areas would be provided on the site. They would be improved with at least 3 of the following elements: a clubhouse, pool, walking paths, landscaping, seating areas, covered structures appropriate to the proposed open space area. Also constructs a 50-foot Class A buffer reduced by 25% with a fence that would come out to about a 37.5-foot buffer that would be provided in that green area along the site that's adjacent to the industrial. Also would identify a potential tree save in existing wetlands and the 30-foot post-construction buffers in those general areas. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. We do have outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design to work through. It is consistent with the Neighborhood 2 policy map recommendations, so we'll be happy to take any questions following Ms. Grant's presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, members of council. Bridget Grant, pleased to be here tonight with Gabe Fritz, representing Winterwood. Winterwood has over 40 years of developing affordable housing, and they are really excited to be bringing what is essentially phase 2 of an existing development. As Dave highlighted, they're looking at the number of units on the north side, but you can see from the faded out aerial, there's already an existing Phase 1 that's out there and under construction right now. There's high demand and a waiting list for units, and so we are pleased to be taking this sort of odd-shaped site and filling in the gap to add those additional units. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Motion to close.
Second. Motion has been made and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will pass it back off to the mayor. We have to move on to our decisions. We're doing this out of order tonight.
Okay, I want to make sure that everybody got our note that we were going to go with our decisions and the idea and under the concept of consent agenda items. So rezoning petitions, item number 4 through 19, may be considered in one motion except for any item that a council member chooses to have a separate vote. There was criteria for each vote for each petition to be in the consent section, and that criteria is that there had to be no opposition to the petition during the hearing, that the zoning committee recommended approval, and there were no changes after the zoning committee's recommendation. I know this is our first time doing this, but I wondered if there is any questions about it. Mr. Driggs?
I assume that also staff approval would be necessary for it to be in consent?
We didn't consider staff approval because what council adopts is the zoning committee statement of consistency. So it's more based on zoning committee's recommendation. Sometimes we don't always align, but if zoning committee's recommendation was favorable, and if the council would like to adopt zoning committee's recommendation as their own, then staff's recommendation is really something that could be discussed, and we can always pull that item. If you'd like us to consider that, we certainly can talk through that on our side as well and not include those items on consent. But the thought was, because the council adopts zoning committee's statement as their own, that their recommendation carried more of that weight than even staff's. So that'd be something, again, happy to discuss, but that was the criteria we used to get started on this process this month.
So the occasions when staff doesn't approve are relatively rare, and I would certainly like to know if something that's hidden in consent had a staff disapproval in it. So
okay.
I wonder if we should consider not including, are there any among these?
No, there are not.
That are not supported?
No, staff
Future
recommends
reference,
all.
I don't think we should put something that isn't supported by staff in consent.
Okay.
That's a great point, so that we will add that criteria to the list of things, but there are none of those in this item today.
Correct.
Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had 5 items that I wanted to pull. Unfortunately, I legislate, of which Mr. Petition was able to help me earlier. It did not upload today's information. I didn't get that until later this afternoon versus having access to it on Thursday and through the weekend. So there were 5 items whenever we're ready that I wanted to pull for separate vote.
Any further discussions about, this is something that we've gotten permission to do, legal has vetted every word, and all that we are doing is that those things, again, that have the criteria, and we will add and acknowledge the staff agreement or concurrence with the recommendation to this list. So now we'll come to Ms. May, unless there's a question, we'll come to Ms. Mayfield's issue. Are there any consent agenda items? I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this now and I was getting organized. So what we're saying, and based on the consent agenda items, that we will group them all together. If they meet these criteria, then Councilmember Driggs added a 4th one?
Yep.
Okay. My only kind of observation is, how will the citizens know which petitions on this list?
Well, because they would have to watch the meeting because these their public hearings have been closed.
Right.
And so citizens can't comment, but as we read them out or pull them out for the vote, then they would be able to know it that way. But I don't know if we notify any more than.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned that citizens might not show up when to make sure, these are the decisions.
Right, just the decisions.
Just decisions, and they'll still be listed.
Usually, we have opposition, even on decision night,
And if you have opposition even then, one of the criteria is you cannot have any opposition
Okay.
to the petition
Okay.
at the beginning of the hearing. So if it had anyone signed up to oppose, it would not make the list.
Okay, yeah, well-
Or the
Yeah,
credibility.
and they would still all be listed on the agenda as standard items, so,
Okay.
we're not cutting any information out of the materials or out of your agenda packets. You're still treating them as full-on decisions. We're just trying to consolidate that decision-making process. But let's say we had one where you didn't have opposition at a public hearing, but between then and decision, you start to get neighbors that may reach out and say, hey, I've got major concerns, and we've got folks in the chamber that, because you can always pull that item off that consent so we can talk about it individually. So these are just on there from the criteria, but any item can be pulled. Even if it meets all those criteria, you can still pull an item off consent if you want to discuss it in further detail.
And even if any council member has heard from a community or an individual, you could say, I'd like for it to be considered separately.
Like Ms. Mayfield's about to do.
Yes, Ms. Mayfield is going to have some of those. So, Ms. Mayfield, can you tell me which petitions that you would like to see as a separate vote?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Number 7, 9, 10, 11, and 16.
Okay, so out of this group, I'm going to just repeat it just to make sure we got it right. 7, 9, 10, 11, and 16.
Correct.
So, is there a motion? May I have a motion to approve the following petitions, and I have to read each one out, and to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency for each of these petitions as they appear in our agenda as council's own. So I'm going to begin with those. Petition number 2020, item number 4, petition 2021-244. Item number 5, petition 2021-275. Item number 6, petition 2021-279. Item number 8, petition 2022-018. Item 12, petition 2022-040. Item 13, petition 2022-044. Item 14, petition 2022-045. Item 15, petition 2022-052. Item 17, petition 2022-074. Item 18, petition 2022-088. Item 19, petition 2022-143.
To adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right, is there any discussion on any of this? Here, Ms. Anderson?
Madam Mayor, I just would like to make a comment on item 14.
Okay.
First, I want to commend Dream Key Partners for working with the community of Greer Heights to address some of their concerns around this development. And through working with the community supports moving forward with this mixed dwelling development that supports affordable housing at 80% AMI, also with home ownership and renting as well. So this is a great example of bringing affordable housing to a community that needs it with diverse housing types, and also working very well with the community leaders. So I'd like to say thank you to Dream Key Partners for doing so. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other comment on any other petition? Hearing no further comment, all in favor of adopting the recommendation as the zoning committee statement of consistency is our own, please raise your hand. Okay. Mr. Mitchell, is your hand raised? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. That is anyone, that's unanimous, I believe. Let's check. Anyone opposed? No opposition, so that is a unanimous vote. Now we will go
Madam
back.
Mayor?
Yes?
Can we, given we're treating this now like more of a consent agenda, and since only one council member called those out to vote no, can we batch the rest of those up and just have a single vote?
You mean the items 7, 9, 10, 11?
Rather than go through and do them all individually, the assumption would be only one council member calls all of them out to do it, so we could just do it in one vote.
Ms. Mayfield?
It's
I
up to
think-
her as with respect to why she removed them from
Why
the
I
consent.
pulled them to speak to them?
Yes, so I think what they're suggesting is if you would speak to item number 7, and then we'll go down the list, and then we can go back
And I
and
think what I heard from my colleague was to do what we just did and bundle them together, even though I specifically asked for each one of them to be pulled out individually.
That's what I'm asking, is
Yeah.
that, do you want to do them individually?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Really, she asked for them to be
All right,
pulled.
petition, item number 7. Let's go to item number 7, petition 2022-13 by Charles Carpenter for approximately 6/10 of an acre on Joyce, west of Milton, south of the plaza in District 1.
Correct. So, Mayor, I am not going to be able to support this, but I'm going to respect the representative. I have a concern with how close this current facility, if we were to expand, is to the daycare when we're talking about environmental and potential community impacts. The proximity with this expansion, with the vehicles, the fumes, the things that go along with vehicle repair and or maintenance being so close to a daycare center, it gives me great concern.
All right. Do I have a motion?
To adopt and approve. Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve this item. All in favor, raise your hand. In opposition? 1. All right. Let's go to the next item, number 9. Number 9 is approximately 3.5 acres in the southwestern intersection of Steel Creek and Shopton Road. It's in District 3. Do I
And
have
this
a
one,
motion?
actually,
To adopt and
motion to approve.
We have a motion to
Second.
adopt and approve in a second. Any comment? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled this one specifically because the representative, Ms. Watlington, who is unable to join us tonight, did note that she's reached out and has been working with the Steel Creek Residents Association, and that there is full support, and to also have the moment to thank the petitioners for working with the Steel Creek Residents Association on addressing some of the outstanding concerns on this. Thank you.
I think just as we're exploring new ways to do this, which I love what we're doing right now, I think that was more like in the consent agenda, having an opportunity to speak to something that is going to be voted in the affirmative versus if it's pulled out, the expectation is someone's voting no.
And that's where the assumption of expectations come in. But I hear you.
I'm just trying to save us all a couple decades of life.
Yeah, it's only 8:29. You'll be okay.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Petition number 10, approximately 3/10 of an acre at Matheson and Pinckney in District 1.
To adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt and approve the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. Is there any comment? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one I will not be in support, but I think it also falls back into the conversations that we had with the hearings, and that is for staff and council to be able to actually identify what our goal is so we don't continue to run into items that may be inconsistent or that is changing a community makeup when we say we support aging in place.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have, ready for the vote? All in favor of this item and the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? All right, and all opposed? Ms. Mayfield is in opposition. All right, the next item is item number 11, which is 3/10 of an acre at the southwest intersection of Parkwood and Harold Street. It's in District 1.
To adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. Is there any comment? All right, Ms. Mayfield.
So, Mayor, according to what we mentioned earlier, because we did receive emails from community on this particular petition, this one should have fallen in that category, so that's why I had already identified this one pull out because of community emails and concern. I am a no as far as moving forward with this petition, but it seemed like this one with A&E Rental Homes would have been one of those that would have been pulled aside because we did receive emails with community concern on it.
So we did receive some emails.
Would you address that as you
Yeah,
conducted
we did
the
receive
criteria?
emails prior to the public hearing from one of the neighboring property owners, I believe, and they actually worked with that property owner before the hearing and resolved all the issues, and they said they were satisfied. They didn't sign up to speak at the public hearing, so that's why we did include that one, so.
Ms. Anderson?
So there was follow-up, Councilmember Mayfield, and then also the community meeting was well attended and feedback was taken and action was taken on that.
All
Thank
right. So do I have, let's now vote on, we approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, all opposed? Ms. Mayfield is in opposition. The last one is item number 16. Is that correct, Ms. Mayfield? I think that's the last one. Petition, this petition has 13 acres in the southwest quadrant of Allegheny and Ashley Road. It's in District 2. Do I have a motion to adopt this petition and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? We have a motion on the floor. Is there any comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, looking at what council expectation is with development and hearing from staff as the area continues to grow. We've approved some projects. This area has changed tremendously from when I was the district representative for this area. So I would like for us to get an update and have a different conversation regarding moving forward with how we're looking at industrial institutional land and what multifamily could look like. So I will be a no, but I know my colleagues will be in support of.
Okay. I want to make sure we captured you. Were you asking for a report on, what were you?
It's a consistent with with staff for us to have a conversation regarding what is council's expectation with growth in the city and how is staff interpreting the language that's been approved based on inconsistencies that's coming before us while we're in this limbo area.
Okay.
Mr. Bettine got it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
Mayor.
all in favor of the petition, please raise your hand. If in opposition, please raise your hand. Ms. Mayfield is in opposition. And I believe that completes our zoning process for this.
Consent.
We still, yeah, that's
We
just the
still have
consent.
the
Yeah,
other
we still have some
consent
other
items.
decisions.
Sorry about that. Shoot.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
There's only a few.
All right, we still have the remaining consent items. Let's go to that one. All right, so we are.
That starts us then with items.
These are items that were not part of
decisions
the
that were
consent.
not on the consent list, so we still have a number of those that we have to do.
Yeah, so that will start us out at item number
Hold on, I
22,
have to
because
have a
20 and
phone.
21 were deferred.
And didn't you put it's a
Item
green?
22.
Ready to go.
I know. All right, the first item. 22 was pulled. All right, here we go. All right. Petition number 2021-264 for approximately 4.7 acres on Oak and Old Statesville. It's in District 2. The zoning committee has recommended approval, and as well as staff. And do I have an agreement, a motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as your own?
To approve and accept.
Second.
All right, any comments or discussion?
Mayor?
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor and
See you,
Council.
Ms. Molina?
No.
Dave, the zoning committee voted 4-2, recommend denial of this petition. Can you share with us?
You're at the
Number 20.
They won, correct?
No, 22.
22.
Oh, we deferred. 21
Yeah.
is deferred.
Yeah, that one was deferred, yes, sir.
Okay.
There were no,
We're on 22.
Yeah, 22.
Okay.
no names.
Yeah, this one should be a unanimous 6-0 vote from zoning committee.
Yeah.
Got it. 22.
All right, everybody good? We're on the same page. 22. Any further discussion of 22? All in favor of the motion as made with the statement of consistency, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Anyone opposed? Okay. The next one is item 23 for approximately 5/10 of an acre located on the west side of West Carson and South Mint Street. It's in District 3. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition, and do we accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
Move to approve.
We have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion on this one? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Thank you. We defer 24.
Bless you.
We defer 24, so that takes us
So
to
that gets us to item,
25.
yeah. And this one did have a change after zoning committee, just a very minor one that I'll be happy to
24
read out
days?
for everybody.
25.
24
was
20, we're talking about 25 days? Right.
24 was-
So I don't, oh, here it is. It's on the second page. My pages are mixed up. I don't have a first page for this one. I only have the second page for it. Does anybody else have the first page? On item 25? All right. So this is petition 2022-016 for approximately 25.9 acres on the east and west side of Carmel Commons Boulevard and east side of Carmel Road in District 7. The zoning committee voted 4-1. The staff recommends approval of this petition. Do we have a motion to adopt this petition, accept the
Motion not to
zoning
send
committee? Do we have to send
Yeah,
it
we
back?
have one change,
Right,
yeah.
a motion to not send this back to the zoning committee.
It's my district,
Second.
all right?
Got it.
Yeah, move not to send it back.
All right, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second. All right, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, raise your hand. Not to send it back. Okay, thank you. Now, do we have a motion to adopt and approve and adopt the state zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right. It doesn't matter if it's 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock or midnight, right? Okay, so is there any additional discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the petition, please raise your hands. Is there anyone in opposition? Thank you, that passes unanimously.
Not quite.
I'm sorry, who is,
Easy in opposition.
oh, you voted against it?
I did,
I did not
Hotel.
see that, sorry. I should have eyes on the side of my head. Okay, now, so the next one would be 26. Anything with this one particular, Ms. Patton?
No, we have
Mr. Patton?
no more
Okay,
changes.
so the petition is approximately 5.9 acres on the north side of Queen City Drive, west of Sloan. It's in District 3. The zoning committee voted unanimously to approve, and the staff recommends approval. Do I have a motion to adopt and approve this and adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? We have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion? In opposition? Hearing none, this passes unanimously. The next one, is there anything on 27? 2022-051? Approximately 4.9 acres on the south side of Sam Neely, west of Sugar Creek, east of Chrisland Woods. It's in District 3. The zoning committee recommended it unanimously. Staff recommends approval. Do we have a motion to
approve. Second.
adopt and approve and accept the statement of consistency as our own? All right. Any discussion?
Just one
Hearing
thing
no-
to clarify
Yes,
real
Mr.
quick. So this did have some stormwater concerns that came up that Councilmember Watlington and the neighbors were working with stormwater on, just to kind of close those out. The general concern was about the location of where the stormwater control measure would be. And they do need to work together to try to get some drainage easement with some of the properties nearby. But the stormwater staff didn't have any outstanding concerns as of this point. It's really going to come down to when they get into permitting to have to work through, some of the logistics. And they are providing a stormwater study that the petitioner is going to do to assess kind of any impacts they might have, and then maybe go above and beyond what our standard stormwater requirements are. So just wanted to point that out, that there was a lot of collaboration on that one. Seems like everything had been resolved to where it needs to be for this point, and then they'll continue to work on that through permitting after that.
All right. Ms. Mayfield has we've already voted on this, or
No.
we have not? All right, Ms.
There was a
Mayfield.
motion and second, yep.
So Councilmember Wallington has been working closely. I want to make sure that we're very clear and that it's in the minute. It is stormwater flooding issues that is the challenge with this area and the concerns that come from the community, so that it's not glossed over, just some stormwater issues. Councilmember Wallington did note that she sent to us initial support, but after speaking with the community and because of the outstanding issues, she did request for us to support not moving forward on this particular petition tonight. She did ask if we would consider deferring this petition. So since there was a motion and a second, I would like to do a substitute motion to defer this, to give more time for the community and the petitioners to have discussions on coming closer to a solution.
So we have a substitute motion. Any discussion on that? Mr. Driggs?
Do we know where the petitioner stands on this? Did they agree to it?
Did the petitioner agree to a defer?
The deferral.
That's a very good question. I'm making the motion on
No, I
behalf of
saw
the fact
that.
we have the ability
I
to do it.
just, when I saw it, I was curious to know whether the petitioner, I thought the petitioner was going to ask for the deferral.
So, Councilmember Driggs, I did send an email to the petitioner late last week and did recommend that they defer so they'd have more time. They felt that they were in a good place with the community and didn't want to go to a deferral at this point. But certainly that's at the discretion of council. But we did encourage them to defer to give everybody a little bit more time. But again, they felt that they were in a spot at the best place that they could potentially be in trying to address the issues with the community.
May I follow up?
So I want to be clear. You requested the impact of them saying that it was not going to be, that they did not want it to be deferred, is, what are the consequences of that?
There's no particular consequence. We have a meeting in December. They would just get bumped potentially to that meeting for a decision, and they would have the extra month to try to work through to everybody's satisfaction that they could get to. But, again, we did request that. They weren't supportive of that, but again, that's at the discretion of council at this point.
Okay.
May I
All
follow
right, Ms.
up?
Mayfield?
Thank you. So as we take it into consideration, if we're working from our role, which is supposed to be representing the community and not just the business community, if we speak to a petitioner and request that it may be in their best interest to do a defer, we have one of three options: a defer, a denial, or approval. So there could be the support because of flooding issues, and we know the impact of flooding issues in this area, and we know the impact of our infrastructure needs right now to move to deny versus to defer.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
So that's
So
why
those are the
I'm
choices,
asked,
and
but I
you've
wanted
got
to
a
make
motion on the
sure,
table.
since we have a couple of new members on, to understand where we are. We're having this discussion when the district rep has had conversations with this petitioner, and what we just heard from staff is this petitioner said, you know what? I'm not concerned about what the district rep asked for, nor am I concerned about the community's concerns. I'm going to move forward.
They actually said that now, Ms. Mayfield.
Through your actions, what they chose to say is, we don't choose to ask for a deferral. So I'm asking for a deferral on behalf of our colleague who is not here based on the email that she said, opposed to moving forward denied.
I understand. All right, Mr. Bakari.
This is strange at best here. What is the underlying issue? Is there any outstanding issues from a staff perspective that actually need to be resolved here? Or is this, because when I hear that a petitioner says, I think we're in a good spot, I want to move forward, it tells me, one, they've checked all their boxes with staff from a requirements perspective, and two, they've gone as far as they can go, and they don't think they're going to achieve anything else by delaying from the timing perspective. So this is, without the district rep here, without the background, this is a very awkward position for us to be in.
Certainly, and I think we're kind of in between, trying to work between the petitioner, stormwater, and the residents as well. And, I think from our standpoint, stormwater communicated they don't have any technical outstanding issues. There are some general concerns about the location of where that stormwater management pond is at the back of the site, and they suggested that they would have to try to get, let's see, they would have some of that on private property. They would need individual owners, property owners' permission to, get some of that storm drainage easement to make all of that work. And they said it's best for all parties to try to make that happen. But stormwater is not going to get involved to make sure that that does happen. They're just going to make sure the site is designed to meet the requirements of whatever they've committed to.
Because that's not normally in their scope, right?
Yeah.
So.
But I think in deference to what Councilmember Mayfield had mentioned, there's also been a lot of conversations between Councilmember Mayfield and the community there that I'm not really plugged into. And so I can only communicate what's been communicated via email. And so I think that's where having that extra time to allow the district rep to be able to articulate what some of those concerns are might be in everybody's best interest at this point. That's why we suggested the deferral as well, because we knew Councilmember Watlington wouldn't be here this evening, but they felt it best to try to proceed forward. But, at this point, like I said earlier, it's at y'all's
It's better to
discretion.
have both parties here at a time it's being discussed. So we have a substitute motion on the table to defer. Mr. Driggs.
I do think, taking Ms. Mayfield's point, there is also a burden on us to talk to each other, and I wasn't able to learn everything that I would have wanted to know before insisting on a vote tonight, and not taking into account what reasons the petitioner may have for not wanting. Sometimes you have contract situations and so on where a deferral is a real hardship. You could lose your deal, you could lose a deposit. I'm just saying there are circumstances. So if we're going to proceed over the objection of the petitioner with a deferral, I would have preferred to know more about it. And I think that's something that could have been worked out among us without any disrespect to the community. It's just we don't have all the information we would normally want to have to defer something when the petitioner is saying they don't want to defer it.
Right. And the consequences of not deferring could be even greater. So.
But we don't know that one way or another.
All right. So, Mr. Mitchell, and then we'll
just
go
trying
to
to,
Ms. Anderson.
I just want to make sure we're clear, Dave. There's no hardship if we defer this,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
There is no hardship.
if we defer this to December.
As far as, if we didn't have our meeting on the calendar next month, then that would delay it out into January. But since we do have a December meeting, so it only delays them for, potentially a month. So, that, to me, again, I don't know all the contractual obligations they may have. But it's also why, as a petitioner, being present at the meetings to answer some questions is certainly helpful.
Right.
I'm just getting my little tidbit, being a district rep for 14 years, and you build community, you work with petitioners on rezoning. I think it's always good to err, especially if there's a great dialogue between the council member and the petitioner. And since it's not going to be a hardship, and the fact that you actually encourage him or her to defer, I think says a lot. So I hope we will support the substitute motion and let them continue to work it out for another 30 days.
All right. So, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Mr. Mitchell. Councilmember Watlington did reach out to us and express that we support deferment and was open to answering any questions that we might have about this particular petition. And so I'd like to honor that, given that she did reach out. She has been in close communication, and she shared in transparency some of the discussions that she's having with the community. So I support a deferment on this until the December meeting.
All right. I think we've had comments. So all in favor of the substitute motion to defer until December, please raise your hand. All right. That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to are there any other items to come before us today, Mr. Patton?
That's it for tonight.
All right, everybody. I would just want to say that it is Thanksgiving week, and I would like to wish all of our community the opportunity to be grateful for the city that we live in and for their support of this council to provide this service and to serve them. So with that, happy Thanksgiving. Mr. Mitchell?
I promise to be 30 seconds. Hey, Dave,
Yes, sir.
there was a trend that kind of disturbed me if you look at all these hearings. the attendance at the community meetings.
Yes, sir.
And I think we need to monitor that and see where communication is falling down. Too many of them had 0 or 2. So I just want us to monitor that.
Okay, and I know
Madam Mayor.
petitioners have been going back to some in-person meetings, but some are still using virtual options, so I'm not sure if that has anything to do with better attendance or worse attendance, but I think we can reach out to the petitioners also and just see, are they finding any trends that work better than, is the virtual still getting more people there, or is in-person getting better? And if so, maybe we get back to just having in-person only, but right now we are still supporting both virtual and in-person, but we can look into that and see what the
Thank you,
trends
sir.
may be. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to commend staff for coming up with a new solution to help us work through the backlog. We've been pushing them to come up with some innovative ways, and I do believe that this consent agenda did help us move more quickly tonight. So I just want to say thank you for that and keep those ideas and innovations coming. Thank you.
All right, any other, I think we already passed that one a while back.
To adjourn?
Yes, we are adjourned.
And motion.
Ya pasó.